Sure, that looks good. So I guess I will say welcome to Indexed with Tina.
Hello.
Does it point
this way?
Oh, on my screen it's the other way. So we both have to point off screen. That's hilarious. With my cohort, look, she hates when I get really sappy, but she's one of the best fucking people I know. Tina Walker. She's super creative. Has the most amazing, innovative ideas when it comes to business. And I'm very lucky to have partnered with her on so many projects, including, but not limited to, Indexed, an artist workshop. So welcome, Tina.
Welcome to. So I'm in Pennsylvania. DeeDee's in Vegas. I don't know if you guys know that or not. So even though we're halfway across the country from each other, it doesn't matter. It's like we're together. Honestly, I think if we lived in the same city, your husband would not like me because
he would be so sad.
I would be with you all the time, I think. But welcome, like DeeDee said, we are so stoked about this. Like, we live, breathe, dream Index, and we think it is the coolest thing on the planet Earth, and we can't stop making things with it. And we have got some exciting stuff coming and going to announce to you guys. You're the special group here, so you're gonna get firsthand scoop on what we're doing. So welcome, and I can't wait to get started.
So the first thing, a little bit, you should have your kits in front of you. One of the things we were really excited about was having Indexed and a large portion of the workshop being a kit that was mailed to you. So you should have your kit. I know that there was, I think, one issue with customs. I'm not sure she showed up today, but she said she would, when her kit got there, she would be doing the recording. So I guess things like that, I got to plan, or I'm learning to plan a little bit better for. But you should have your kit in front of you. The most important part, and I hope that you guys open the emails. I tried not to send too many, but enough to keep in contact. You should have your tray put together. So should we do a raise of hands? Can everybody hold your tray?
Or thumbs up if your tray is together.
Yeah, got trays. Look at how beautiful these are. Great. So one of the things we want to talk about really quick in the opening, well, maybe we'll do that right before we move into doing it, but we're going to talk about the tray alteration too. Was there anything, let's see, what did you have written down for the intro? Did you want to say anything else before we sort of like get into it?
No, because we were going to talk about the trays a little bit. Maybe before we kind of get into the creative side, talk about the coupons.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, do yours first, and then we'll talk about Mad Matter.
All right, so hopefully you guys saw on I think it was on this bag that you got, there should have been a sticker with a coupon code. So that's a 10% coupon code for my Etsy shop. So you will find all sorts of things. You never know what I might come across in the auctions or what I'm designing. So that's a 10% coupon code that's valid through 8/13. So we've got that coupon code. And then also in the last email that DeeDee sent out with Indexed, or no, it was not in that email, was it?
Well, I did not put the coupon code in the email, no, but we will have another email coming out right after tomorrow evening or Monday-ish, after the recordings are up and ready for you to go back and view. We will send another email with access to those, and it will be in that one. So what Tina's getting at is Mad Matter. So I kind of opened with how much I friggin' love Tina. We've been doing workshops together for years now, really. It's crazy how quick it goes by. And I think COVID kind of jumped everyone ahead 2 years. But we do this workshop called Mad Matter. And it is all about dye pot dyeing for the mixed media artist, non-toxic things from your kitchen, stuff that you like already have on hand, super easy. And every time we do Mad Matter, we end up with these like huge bags full of delicious, beautiful dyed stuff. We bring it up because a few of the things that we've used in our project have been hand dyed, and a couple of the digital pieces that you got and printed out were scans of hand dyed stuff. So if you printed out your digitals, hopefully you did because we need them for the workshop. This tag here, that came out like that. It was dyed in Mad Matter. And this tag here, same thing. So in case you want to learn more about hand dyeing, about dye pot dyeing, about non-toxic, super easy dyeing for the mixed media artist, we're offering you a coupon code for our online version of that workshop, which we do also do in person sometimes. But it is 20% off. It's good for 1 month. And let's see, I was trying to get to the chat. The coupon code is indexed. Oh, thank you. Indexed Matter, and that is available on MWOW Studio. And I will, we'll get the link for that a little bit later. We just want to throw that out there. That sort of opportunity option is available because you know what? We love dyeing. We dye anything and everything we can legitimately. Okay, so there we go. Thank you so much. That is about the digitals. We'll talk about the digitals again in a minute, but we want to talk really quick about the tray. So we did have some questions about Alter Tray, and we are very go with the flow, I think is the way to put it. I definitely live by the seat of my pants. Tina's a little bit more of a planner, which is good. She balances me out. But when it comes to creating artwork specifically, we needed you to have the tray put together, but you could have altered your tray after it was put together, or you can work on all your cards and then alter your tray to sort of blend in with your cards. So we wanted to talk about a couple of the ways that we have altered our trays today. Tina, do you want to share some of yours?
Sure. So this is the one I'm actually going to use for this workshop. So can you guys see that very well? So for this, all I did was paint it with white gesso. I use, oh my gosh, I can't think of the name of it. It's a paste that cold press, it's like a cold press texture paste. I can't think of the official name. I can get it. I put that on and then I crackled it. So we're actually going to do this crackle technique on one of the projects for this workshop. So I did that, and then I just put the tissue that you have in your kit on the backside, because you can't forget the butts of the trays, because I think that is just as important as the sides. This is another box that I've created, and what's Michelle say?
Oh, is there a way to make yeah, she wants to know if we can make our screens bigger. So the only way is I'm going to unspotlight while you talk, and then yours will be bigger. There.
All right. So for this tray, all I did was paint it. That's all I did. I painted the inside with gold gesso and did a little bit of gold accents and just did a stripe technique. So pretty basic. Again, I got to do the bottom. So I just collaged a bunch of some old book text. And the very first box that I made, I just put some map. I collaged some maps to the outside of it and then just painted the inside. It doesn't have to be overly complicated. Just a little bit actually makes kind of a big impact. So DeeDee, do you want to share yours?
Yeah, so let's see. I gotta switch back to the spotlight, and I'm going to remove yours for a minute. So here is, as you've all seen, like the nice craft colored chipboard that the trays come in. Here's my original. I don't know if it's super, let's see. Oh, I don't always do my butts, so that's kind of funny. But this one has ledger paper. Actually, I think this might be a handwritten letter. And super easy. I just glued it to the outside. I didn't even paint the inside of this one. It had a very sort of neutral theme going on. But the one I want to show you, and this is a hint or a sneak peek, we'll say. This box has been inlaid with gold foil on top of gesso. And you can see this box has 2 tracks. So sneak peek there, stick around at the end of tomorrow for more info. But here is some really great ledger paper that I glued, and I did paint my butt. I painted it black. I don't know if it'll stay that way. I was thinking on a bigger box like this, I might put a piece of felt or something to hold that in place so it doesn't slide around as much. But basically, we just sort of want to say, and I want to unspotlight again, or actually bring Tina on. Let's see, face here.
I
We
think
really
up for a minute, DeeDee, though. Just let that sink. Let that.
okay.
Let that. We call it the double wide. I mean, look at this thing. It's freaking crazy, right? Like a double wide Rolodex tray.
So we will talk I mean, absolutely. You guys can come off mute if you want to say something really quick, please. Tell us about your excitement. Like, we want you to be excited. We're excited. It's what we say. Like, we've been making so much stuff. Basically, what we want to make apparent, and you need to know, we need to say out loud, is that after today, Indexed is not over. It doesn't stop today. It doesn't stop tomorrow. It has a very long life, a very long future. So you guys will have first dibs to some amazing stuff coming up. It's double wide. It's huge. It's friggin' huge.
Yep.
So I can see the comments coming in. They're very excited. Did anybody want to say anything, or do you have, I mean, we'll give lots more details about that tomorrow after we have had our fun with you for the weekend on Index and Artist Workshop. But if you have any questions, you can ask.
Any questions about the trays? Any issues putting your tray together? Questions about?
I will say, yeah, when it comes to putting the tray together, originally, I was pretty open about the fact that you could paint it before you put it together, but my chipboard has upgraded a tiny bit. It's hilarious. It's like the smallest amount, but definitely put your tray together before you do any alteration from here on out. So my chipboard got a tiny bit thicker. My supplier of chipboard, it's like a millimeter. It's a tiny fraction, but just in case, I want to say from here on out, put your trays together before you oh yeah, so Janine says it was a dry fit at first. It was a breeze. It went together easily, which is great. That's what we want. We want it to go together easily. Mostly self-explanatory, though we did put together a video for you if you want to watch. And then the double tray is just as easy. It just has 2 tracks and they have to go the same direction. That's really the only part that matters, is you make sure your tracks are going the same direction. But
yep.
So it's super exciting.
I think too, I mean, the tray was built so it fits pretty snug together, because you don't want a wobbly tray because you're putting stuff in it. I know for me, when I put the trays together, one thing that I do, and you might be able to see it a little bit on the inside here, I run a bead of glue just around all of the seams, just to add a little bit more stability to the tray itself. I do it on the outside too, just along these seams, and I take the glue and rub it with my finger just to make sure it's really secure.
Yeah. So as far as tray alteration, and I always get so excited and move around in conversations, it's up to you. Tina showed crackle, she showed paint. We both did some collaging with paper on the outside. You can gold foil, you can splatter, you know, but just again, I would suggest to do that after the tray is together. Did anybody happen to alter their tray yet? It's okay if not. I mean, the idea really was to talk about it here at the beginning of class.
I altered mine.
Let's see. I have to, let me pull us off Spotlight, and then whoever's talking will be on the front. I'm so sorry. I feel like this should be easier, but.
Hold it up. Let's see.
All right, there. As long as you're in speaker view, whoever's talking. Okay, you start talking, Barbara.
Okay, I just made this paper myself, and then I decoupaged it on there. So I didn't do the bottom, I'll confess, but I will. Mea culpa. There we go.
Nice.
I did.
Anyone else?
I finished mine also.
Oh my
Love
gosh.
the handle. Love that handle on the front.
Did a little embellishment, some little corners, some sheet music, and got inspired and tried to make my own, but need a class. So,
You'll be addicted with those spines because you'll want to attach everything to those spines and put them in the tray.
the crackle is amazing. The gold is amazing. Oh my goodness. Thanks, y'all.
I painted mine.
Ooh, nice.
Let me see. Yeah, can you hear me? I'm off mute now. Okay,
Yeah,
but I
we
don't
got
see
you, Joy.
myself, so that's weird. But I painted mine with acrylic chalk paint. And I'm really happy with, those are like my signature colors. And I did happen to do the bottom and I just love it. So
Is
that's
that a date on the bottom?
yeah,
I like
Yeah.
that.
because
That's
I
a
know I'm gonna
great
make a bunch
idea.
of them. So I want to know what order I make them in, right?
I told DeeDee I'm gonna have to go antiquing and find a shelf that I have to, put up somewhere in my house to put all my Rolodex trays because that's what it's gonna be like. Because it's gonna be like Obsession City
Yeah.
here.
The Rolodex room
Yeah, exactly.
and then
Yeah.
wing of the house.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyone else?
Kate, were you gonna say something?
No, I'm just in awe that all these people work ahead. I haven't crafted in so long. I've been so excited for this. I just needed motivation with a bunch of women. So here I am today, so excited to be with you all.
Well, let me say, I legit know a lot of these gals, and it is definitely going to be an inspirational weekend. So
Good.
everyone is going to make
starting off-
amazing stuff.
I am starting off with a mimosa, everybody.
There
Cheers.
you go. Done.
So just a couple more like housekeeping things. We do have a couple of breaks throughout the day. We're planning one. I mean, we've got this all planned, but it kind of depends on how the projects and the instruction goes. So we have a break planned at 11:30 today. We also have one planned at 1:15. And tomorrow will be in a similar sort of thing. So, we've kind of got what we think time-wise for each project. It may go faster, it may go slower. So we'll figure it out. But anything else to that, DeeDee?
No, I don't think so. We have worked in, actually, one thing, I guess. So we have worked in demo time and work time. So we'll demo and then you'll have time to work on something and we'll see kind of how much demo exactly, but please pay attention to when we either play AC/DC or say, come on back. It's really important that you stop working and watch the demo, whatever the next portion of the demo may be, so that you don't miss anything. That being said, it is recording. We will have a place where you can go watch the recording. We're not editing the recording, by the way. It's going up raw, just like it's recording here. So it'll be like a replay, but you'll have the option to fast forward and go back, whatever you need to watch. So I think that's it.
I think so. I think we're ready to go.
Okay. So I am going to mute a couple of you. I'm gonna spotlight my hands. Oh, it just disappeared. Oh, this is so fun. Okay, here we go. So I think that's good. So you guys all see my hands right here on your screen? Can you thumbs up or say yes, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the first thing I want to talk about really quick is just the kit. You should have gotten this kit here, this part of the kit, Tina Walker in all her fabulousness has put together some great vintage ephemeras and some really fabulous reproduction products that she's been working on. But you have this bag and this one, and then inside there is some tissue paper. So we're gonna need, wait, actually, let me double check. Yeah, we're gonna work on the pocket card. So you need your tissue paper. You're going to need gel, whatever you brought, fluid matte medium or gel medium. We're gonna do a little bit of collaging. Out of the chipboard pack, you want, let's see, you want the raven or crow. You want these little viewfinders. Whoops. You want me to not bump the camera. You want a standard card, so just a normal Rolodex piece. And you want all of these little frame style bits. So we're totally jumping right in. You guys ready?
Need a moment to get the parts in place,
Yep, no problem.
but otherwise ready.
Okay. You're also going to want a pair of scissors. Whatever other favorite adhesive you might have. So like I'm probably going to use a Zig pen. I love this pen. I think it's the greatest invention ever. And then from your digital, so while you're gathering your supplies, I wanted to show the digitals really quick. I printed mine in the email. I suggested kind of printing them on some different things and testing it out. I have regular cardstock. You're going to need these photo booth style photos and this pocket right here. So it is kind of like an oblong shaped piece with a bunch of little red dashes. We need this. But I wanted to show you, I did also print on copy paper, just so like I had some more pieces that had a little more flexibility to them maybe. And then look at this, is some vintage typed bills, or like this says lawyer and Taylor attorneys. But look at how cool they are printed out on vintage paper. So I made this suggestion in the email that you had the opportunity or the option to print on whatever you want and whatever you would be comfortable using in your tray. Because, and I know Tina will say this also, we are huge fans of personalization and customization, that we're going to show you all of our favorite techniques and really cool ways to put your index cards together, but we absolutely encourage artistic freedom. So if there's anything you're doing or you want to do, just do it. We are those kinds of people. The best way you're going to learn is by trying new things that kind of creep up into your brain. So I printed on a few different things to show you, but I am going to go with the white cardstock. Tina,
So
did you print
Yeah.
on anything?
I did. I printed them actually on transparencies because I love everything that's transparency. So I just put my transparencies in my printer and it just creates a totally different look. So like DeeDee said, you could print these on anything.
And they absolutely are yours now. Like, you know, we gifted these to you. Feel free, print them out, you know, play with them, use them in other things. They are not only for this workshop. Oh, and then, so we'll get there, but also this, like, I used long forgotten. I gave you long forgotten, but then I also gave you treasured memories. I thought maybe, you know, you guys would be interested in having some other words, and any words you might source. You know, there are some great production words and titles out there, or you can pull some off your typewriter. You can get them out of a book, you know, but those words are available there to you. Let's go over what happens inside our little Oh, I dropped a piece. Let's see. I'm kind of shuffling my stuff all around. That's okay. Inside your, whoops, sorry. Your kit is 6 of these frames, and there are 2 of the 3, 2 of the 2 panel, and 2 of the 1 panel, because you get to and are invited to pick and choose photos from the ones that have been provided, or maybe photos you provided yourself, because those of us who are vintage collectors cannot stop buying photos of other people. It's so funny. I think photos are the thing I buy the most often, but these photos are the perfect size to fit inside these frames. So this one, I did double side them, by the way. So there are different photos on each side. And I'm going to start by clipping my photos apart. Oh, and let's see. So we need 3, 4, 5, 6 for the front and 6 for the back. And actually, because this is going to take me just a moment, you guys are more than welcome to cut out your photos of choice now with me while I do it. Tina, Michelle is wondering what kind of printer you have.
I have a laser printer. I have to, I'll get the model, maybe on a break. Let me write that down and I'll put it in the chat.
I love this guy right here who has a cowboy hat, so I'm going to choose him. 1. And just to be sure, I would hold your photos up to your frames while you're doing this so you don't overcut. You do, or undercut, either, I guess kind of either way you look at it, but really you want them to fit and be able to be glued in. So you need an overlap, an edge. Oh, I keep bumping that camera. See how this picture overlaps the opening. So he'll fit right in. And then I can trim any excess that may be out there. Also, it is a good time now to poke out any of the excess little chipboard bits that may be stuck inside the holes or the cutouts. They do tend to get left behind, and unfortunately, I don't have enough time to poke all of them out for you. I like this girl. She looks like she's relaxing. And then her again with the big hat. And maybe this one with the ponytail. I think this would be a great opportunity to use family photos as well. If you had some really cool family photos held over, you know, just give them a scan them and then reprint them. You don't have to use originals if you're nervous about that. Some people aren't nervous about using originals, which I find very intriguing, and I'm a little bit envious of it. I don't know what holds me back sometimes, but I think there's something to be said for using the actual thing, the actual vintage photo. I'm just going to sort of set these in their space. I want variation. I personally don't want to see the same girl over and over on the same side. I don't mind if she's on different sides, or boy for that matter. But I think one of my favorite parts about this little photo booth film strip is that they're different as you sort of move down the line. I can't wait to see how the transparencies look. Tina, do you think I double back. Like I'll put one on one side and then a different set on the other side. Do you think that you'll do the same thing and put a piece of paper in between, or just single it?
So I was going to talk about this too in mine. When I put together projects for my Rolodex, because it's so 3D in nature, I make sure the fronts and the backs look appealing, because you never know when you're flipping through, you don't want a kind of an ugly back to it. So I am totally going to do the fronts and the backs.
Okay.
Because I like that 3D nature and being able to see it from all sides.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, I think I need that one. Then I'm good. Okay, and you will absolutely have extras and leftovers. Janine says that she recently sent a vintage cabinet card as a postcard. Time to set it free. Okay, so now that I have cut out, this is kind of our little sample here. This one, this is the single on the left. I want all of my pieces to look this way. So, oh, and talking about chipboard, is there like a correct or right front to chipboard? Essentially, no. The great thing about chipboard is that if you have a crow that's technically like facing right, you can flip it over and it will face left. So this guy here. Now, that being said, it is cut with a laser and they do face a net, like, it's like a grid screen sort of. And there is a little flame sometimes. And on the back, they may get a bit grungier. That's where they were laying down in the process. You can always paint over it, you know, but if you care in this case and want to use the really nice craft finish that this chipboard has, just take a look at both sides and find out which one is cleaner for you. And then you should be fine, good to go. It is laser cut chipboard. So if you have any aversion to ash or dust, take a baby wipe or a damp paper towel, not stopping wet, because chipboard is recycled paper. You can wipe off the edges and get rid of most of the soot. They have been cut with an actual laser. So there is some soot and ash left behind. You'll probably notice it when you open your package. Feel free to wipe that away. I don't. I just work with it and feel like it adds to the mixed media goodness that I have going on. I love a bit of grunge anyway. But if you're ever going to work with actual photos or anything that you want archival and acid free, make sure you really wipe down your chipboard, because that soot will age real photos super, super easy. I'm just poking out my holes real quick so that my film reel looks nice and clean. And I'm using a sewing pin. You can use a needle or a poker tool, anything that you might have on hand. Okay, that's good enough. Set that to the side. And then I was talking about this Zig glue pen. And when it comes to glue, I know that it's a very personal, oh yeah, so pretend there's AC/DC music playing. I'm ready to demo again. We were trying to decide, like one of our friends, Tiffany Goff-Smith, she says heads up buttercup, and we were trying to decide what we should say. So we were trying to think of something index related. If you have any suggestions, let us know. But this is me saying, hey, look up here. I did specifically on the supply list write about a Zig two-way glue pen. I think these are like one of the most magical things ever invented. I don't use them for normal collage, but because it has a pen tip, I can do some really amazing things with it. And I'm going to demo two of my favorite ones today. The first one is gluing in very small areas because it's like I'm writing with my pen. This is the front side of my chipboard. and I'm going to glue my photo to the back side. So I'm going to flip this over and prime my glue pen and get some glue onto my chipboard. I could also put it directly on the picture, but I don't exactly know how the picture is going to line up quite yet. So as I put the glue down on the chipboard, I can put my photo down. And while the glue is wet, I can move my picture around. It's a two-way pen because if you use it wet, it's permanent. So by putting the glue down and then putting the picture down directly on top of it right away, it will be permanent and I'll have this really fabulous adhesion. If I had let the glue dry first, it doesn't actually dry, it gets tacky. And then it's repositionable for whatever picture I was gluing down. I want permanency, so I used it wet and I was confident enough in my ability to be able to position that photo, and I did just fine. That being said, if you're nervous about putting your photo down and you do have the Zig two-way glue, use the glue, let it get tacky, and then put your photo down. Because if you don't put it down the correct way or however you want it to go down, you can pull it back up because it's repositionable. That's what I love about this glue. The fact that it comes in a pen and I can use it two different ways. But so there's my first picture, and I'm just going to keep going right down the line and add my others. Oh, can you hear my dog? Let me know if he's too loud. I'll go hush him a little. And if you have any questions, please feel free to unmute and come on off. And then just let me know, what your questions are. But here are 3 all set. And if it overlaps, if the photo hangs off the edge, I just clip it off with a pair of scissors. So I'm going to go ahead and do the rest. And I'm here. Absolutely feel like you can chat or ask questions, but you can go ahead and start gluing your pictures to your chipboard pieces. In the end, you should have 2 of the 3 frame, 2 of the 2 frame, and 2 of the single frame.
One thing I think I'm going to try to do, DeeDee, is, so I did the transparency.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to.
Hold on, let me unspotlight so they can see what you're looking at. It sounds funny. I feel like they're, okay, go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is my transparency one. I think I am going to back it with a sheet of old dictionary paper, so you can see that come through too. So then that way the backside is covered. But
That's
then
so
it creates
cool.
this kind of a cool look to it.
And when you bought acetate, Tina, do you have a link, or did you just pick up a pack of, is it special on Amazon? What did you get?
It was on Amazon. It's just transparency paper. I don't even, it's probably even some Amazon brand, to be honest with you.
Like for an overhead projector?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can find the link for the one that I bought, but I love printing on transparency. I just love to me, it's interactive because it draws you into what's behind it. So I love to print downloadables on transparencies, but let me try to find the link and I can put it in the chat.
Okay. Oh, Sam says she printed hers on vellum. So we have demo time, we have work time, and then we left a little bit of time at the end tomorrow, number 1, to tell you about the future of Index, but number 2, to have show and tell. So we really encourage you guys to stick around, hang out. We want to see how your projects turned out. And Tina and I are making everything a second time. So we'll have stuff to show too. Oh, good. Tina posted the link for acetate. I keep saying acetate, but like transparency. I don't know if they're technically the same thing, but I definitely want to buy some. All right, I have 2 3s done. Also, I did manipulate these photos. They did not come, I mean, they came in fit like, what is that word? Photo, I used it earlier. Strip. They came in film strip style, but they were like a sepia tone, and I just manipulated them to be black and white and up the contrast so that we got good prints. So if you ever find like something doesn't seem to be working, give it a little manipulation if it doesn't seem to be printing very well. Or you can go to like an office supply store, or your library, your local library, and you can use a photocopier, and they will all like generally print in black and white. And then you can use the little keypad on them to up the contrast if you ever need that done for you. And technically, I think the employees that would be at a copy store could help you do that as well.
I just grabbed a book page from a book I happened to buy from Tina recently, German Fractor type. So I'm slowed down because of wanting to do the transparencies on that. So just
Are you printing transparencies right now?
No, I've already got the transparencies printed, but I didn't know I was going to use the page. So it's just taking a little bit longer. Shouldn't be too.
Sure. Tina, I guess my lesson is turning out all about Tina's transparencies. It's really funny. That happens to us a lot. Like we feed off of each other really well. So it's always very exciting when we have a new collaboration. Tina, do you use special glue for your transparencies?
So I kind of was laughing to myself when you said that that glue and adhesive is a personal choice, and I agree with that 1000%. I think everyone has the glue they love, and I feel like I'm such an old school scrapbooker because this is mine, glossy accents. I freaking love glossy accents for this kind of work. It dries really fast, which I like for this kind of stuff. And it dries super clear. So here is my transparency glued up.
It looks so cool.
And the other thing too, which would be kind of neat, I probably won't do it today, is to put a little drop of alcohol ink in here just to kind of even age it up even more, just to make it look like a really old picture that's got watermarks in the corner.
That would be amazing.
I think that would be really cool. But yeah, I use glossy accents.
So one of the things I want to say, and I don't know like that every workshop is this way, but Tina and I, and I already said this part, we absolutely 100% encourage, exploration and artistic voice. And if you think you want to try something, you should do it. We will, and you can already tell, discuss and have been discussing other opportunities or options for change in your Rolodex. We have some of our own favorite techniques, but we absolutely love brainstorming new ideas or different ways to do things. And I'm getting to the point of this monologue now. If you're doing something and you want to share it, feel free to speak up. If it gets out of hand, we'll just say, okay, hey guys, like we kind of need to get back on track, but we want to see what you're doing also. Like Kate says, she'll be using real photos, not printed, but printing this afternoon. So she has some real photos that she's using. I keep thinking this is such a great opportunity if you had some family photos, some heirloom photos, or if you had like a theme. I don't have a theme. I just chose photo booth style stripped photos. But if you had a theme like girls with umbrellas or, little kids or whatever, like that would be this would be a great place to have a themed set of photos as well. But if anybody feels like they're doing something really exciting or different than what we're up to on camera, feel free to share. That's what I really was getting at that whole time.
I think it would also be really cool to actually put stamps in here. You know, it doesn't have to be
Yeah.
a photo, right? It could be stamps, it could be, you know, even floral stamps or
Right.
a non-photo, I think would be really, really amazing in these strips.
Little snippets of some of your favorite ledger pieces or tiny advertising cards.
Yeah.
There's a big variety. Okay, so real quick, back to this portion of the demo. After you have these glued in and you've trimmed around the edges, you're just gonna glue your same size pieces back to back. And the reason is because, again, that whole idea of this is not an art journal. It's not something that hangs on the wall. It's an interactive index Rolodex based piece. And so we want the backs to look as good as the fronts. And we don't have room in our pocket for all these pieces anyway. So by doubling them up, it takes up half the space. So we're going to use whatever glue, personal choice you approve of at this point, and glue your 3 to 3, your 2 to 2, and you're doing back to back so that the photos show, and you're 1 to 1. Oh, so Michelle asks if the film strips are the same size between the kit and what I have currently available on Unwow Studio. The size is the same, but the cut is different. And by that, I mean, on the website, I think they have 5 and they come in a set of 3. This will be available probably on Monday, but when Tina and I are working on kits and new products, we try to keep them exclusive for at least a certain amount of time. So hold on, I'm sorry, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, excuse me. So currently they are unavailable. They were exclusive for you guys. They will become available shortly.
And DeeDee, so when you're gluing these strips together, are you using the same glue?
I am, yep. This is the thing about Zig glue. It's not super, like it's a good glue, but it's not like gel medium. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, so I'm gonna take this and just go across the back a little bit and then glue them together. And I'm gonna put some on both sides. And I did print on cardstock. So my paper is not thin like copy paper. So it has some stability to it as well. My only other sort of advice or tip is to make sure your photos are both going up, like they're facing the same way, not one's upside down. It doesn't really matter, but. And in fact, I guess if you made all your people face different ways, it would be kind of fun and funny. And then we can, so we'll do this and then we'll set that to the side. And if you are done with this part, you can cut out that pocket we were talking about earlier. Oops.
DeeDee, do you recommend clipping these together, or do you think they will stay glued all the way around? Or does that really kind of depend on the glue you use?
It depends on the glue you use. So the one that I'm using, this Zig glue, it dries really quickly. So I don't have to worry about that. But if you're using something thicker, like a gel medium or something that takes just a little bit longer to dry, go ahead and absolutely throw a clip on it. And clips are like our best friend anyways. So, you know, if you have a couple on hand, feel free to use those. I absolutely can show the sample card again. So let me set my film strips to the side. Here's what real quick, here's what the film strips look like all put together. Super 3D, turn them over. You've got different photos on each side. They're super fun. And I love all the brainstorming of other things to put inside them. Okay, so here is the sample and here are the two, there is a third one somewhere. I don't know where, but there's another step we're gonna do to these, but for now we're gonna set them to the side and let your adhesive take a moment to dry. I'm gonna give you just a couple minutes to put those together and then we will move on.
I never knew film strips could be so fun.
I know,
I
they're
love
so
this.
cute. And you can,
Yes.
like, once you have something in there, like you can fill them too. Like you could dump glitter or epoxy or like a million things down in there. I just realized I forgot my fluid matte medium, so I gotta go grab that. It's really quick out in the studio, but you guys glue these and I'll be right back. And get out your fluid matte medium. You better not bark. Okay, I'm back. I let my wiener dog in here, so if he barks, I will have to excuse him. Okay, how are we feeling? Are we ready to move on to the next step?
I see a couple of no's, actually a lot of no's and some
Really?
half and half. Yeah, half thumbs up, half no's.
Okay. Wait, how are you seeing those?
Because they're
Oh,
putting their thumbs up.
were you in gallery view?
Yeah, I'm in gallery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So okay, you keep a hold of that. I don't think I'm gonna stay in gallery view because I'm recording. I wonder if it's gonna be exciting to see what we get at the end. Okay.
You are recording, so you're in pinned to the spotlight.
Yeah. I did turn it off for a little bit while you were sharing your stuff, but I'm trying to remember to keep us spotlighted. All right, so I'll give it, I'll give it another 2 minutes. But we will have other time also to continue. So if you're done, go ahead and get out your crow. One of your viewfinder pieces, it doesn't matter if it's a small or a large one, whatever makes you happy. Your fluid matte medium or gel medium or collage podge, whatever you use. I use golden fluid matte medium. I buy it in like, it's so much, it's like a half gallon. And a paintbrush, something to apply it with, whether you choose like a bristle brush or a foam brush or whatever. I'm pretty open. And your tissue paper. Did I say that? We need your tissue paper. And can we just take a minute and admire this tissue paper? Because another one of the things that Miss Tina and I have in common is our love of designing products. And so innovative, exciting things to use in our mixed media artwork. Also that sets us apart, like not always using the same old stuff as everyone else. These tissue papers, this one specifically, and actually this other one that I had used in the mock-up, Tina has sourced and designed these. So they are so fabulous. This one comes out of a big old vintage illustrated London newspaper.
Yeah, that is so cool. Well done.
Right?
Yeah.
And there's a, like, it's a huge piece. There's a ton. You definitely will not be using all of it in the workshop. So
Give me all the old books. That's what I say.
I'm not same here. You can't, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so excited to move forward. Okay, one more minute. I'm trying not to rush you. I let my dog out. He's like, you're not even doing anything fun in here. He's my cranky old man. He's 13. I was telling Tina, my little wiener dog. Do you guys let pets in your art space? This is my, this is not my art space, by the way. That's outside. There's no way. It's too hot right now to be out there in the middle of the day with you guys, but I saw some thumbs up. Pets in the art space. Okay, let's move on to the next portion of the demo so that some of you can start working on that. And we will have some breaks and some extra work times where you'll be able to make up some of the stuff. So we are going to do some transferring. We're going to tissue paper these two pieces so that they can set to the side and dry while we make our pocket on our card. So we will get there shortly, but for now, have out your crow. One piece of your viewfinder, whatever size makes you happy, a paintbrush, fluid matte medium. Jamie says her cats go wherever they want. So that must be art space also. A paintbrush, your I should say collage medium. What do you got? Tell me, what's your favorite collage medium? I love fluid matte medium. I know some people are collage page. Some people are Mod Podge. You guys want to type it into the comments what you love? I
So
just think
DeeDee and I were talking about this actually the other day between Liquitex matte medium and golden matte medium. And it's so funny, DeeDee, I looked, mine is golden matte medium. So I think that's why pages are starting to stick together, because I usually use Liquitex. So I don't know if you guys also, if there's a brand of matte medium that you like, but I think I am going to go back to the Liquitex because the golden gets too tacky for me.
Sure. You know, I think a lot of people find themselves doing like Dorland's wax. They seal their stuff with wax after, so that it doesn't stick together when they are using golden fluid matte medium. I think I've like, that's kind of like a duo, like people usually do the two. So I guess I'm saying they run into the same problem as you. So yeah, it looks like Liquitex, golden. Oh, Sally says golden except when she finds Liquitex first. Janine says she likes Tim Holtz's collage medium. But she also likes Liquitex, lots of Liquitex. Michelle Castiolek said she just started letting the littles in her newly renovated studio. And by that, she means her nieces who are well into their teenage years. She's not talking about pets. Or maybe she is. Okay, so I am pulling out, just trimming off a couple pieces of this tissue paper, this beautiful, beautiful tissue paper. I will choose one that is darker. I think that it as sort of aesthetically pleasing, because the crow will be darker if I choose a darker area for that. And I'm going to choose a lighter area for the viewfinder so that that beautiful craft color shows through. And I love that there's this camera piece in the bottom right-hand corner, considering we're doing like a sort of like a film reel imagery, sort of forgotten photograph pocket card. So I'm going to use the camera on the crow, and I'm going to use this on the viewfinder. Garden requisites, that area. And then get that huge piece of tissue paper out of my way. Okay, so when it comes to applying fluid matte medium and doing collage, I absolutely do it the same way every time. And I have to work kind of quickly because it's tissue paper and the fluid matte medium is going to soak through. So I don't think I said it. If you guys want to look forward, watch this part of the demo, and then I'll give you a couple minutes to go ahead and do your own so that they can set to the side. I'm going to fluid matte medium the back, and actually for this I want a bit of a larger brush so I can move quicker. It's tissue paper, so the fluid matte medium is going to soak through really quickly. So I want to have all my pieces sort of right here ready to go. I am working on a piece of newsprint. So the fluid matte medium, it's not a nonstick craft mat. And I bring that up because the fluid matte medium absolutely will glue stuff to the tissue or to the newsprint and then not come back up. So this is a work very quickly style area. I'm going to set this to the side and just work on one piece at a time. I'm going to go very quickly. Make sure my brush is pretty loaded and not worry a ton about having too much. Just worry about having too little and not moving quick enough. And I think I actually want the camera to go up. Yeah, I think that'll look good. Up the crow. So I moved it to the side or at an angle. And I'm going to unstick it and then come back in for any places that I didn't stick well enough the first time. So like around the beak, around the feet, that kind of stuff. Just see if it pulls back a little and then add a little extra adhesive there. And then I'm going to do the top also. And then make sure when you're done with this or between the two pieces, you drop your brush into water. If you don't, it will dry and your brush will be ruined. So this is pretty wet here. I'm going to come in while this is wet and before I move on to the next piece and use that wetness to my advantage and just tear away this excess tissue paper. It's not matching the outline of the crow. I will absolutely have to come in with something later, whether it's a pair of small scissors, it's a pair, a sheet of sandpaper, it's a distress tool, something like that to really clean up the edges. But for now, I want to set this to the side and not worry too much about the actual tissue paper application, like final aesthetics. For now, I just want there to be really good adhesion between the tissue paper and the chipboard to set it to the side and let it dry.
Son of a bee. Not good.
Is that you, Nance?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I was on mute. Hilarious.
That is hilarious. This part is finicky. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no ways around it. The tissue paper is fragile. We're adhering it to like a thick piece of chipboard. It's okay if it looks like this right now, as long as, and if I flip it over, you can see the tissue paper goes out past the edge of the chipboard. I can refine the shape later. I'm not going to refine it now because the tissue paper is too fragile. It's wet. So I get to this point and I set it to the side and I let it dry. And in fact, if you are feeling a little anxious about it, you can apply another medium or another layer of matte medium right now. You don't have to wait, but then set that to the side and let it dry before you do any refining of that chipboard edge to give your piece back its shape. So I'm going to set that to the side, and then I'm going to do the exact same thing I just did, this time with the lighter one and my other piece of chipboard. Do you have any questions about this particular process right here? Since I'm demoing it again, it would be a great time to answer questions. Working quickly. Flip that over and apply the matte medium to the top as well. Oops, sorry. I am a chronic camera bumper. Like I do it all the time. All right, so I will give you a couple minutes, just a couple, to do that and set those to the side. And if you're done with that, you can go ahead and cut out, if you have not yet, though you may have, this pocket right here. So this piece where it has the red dashed lines on it, we need that to build our pocket after we're done with this.
Huh. No, that. Let's see. Cool.
And for the pocket, just in case somebody is cutting it, only cut the outside edge. Don't cut any of the inside stuff. We don't end up cutting that. Those are fold lines. Also, in the digital files, there is this piece right here. This is just a standard, excuse me, index card. If you wanted to cut anything into an index card size and you didn't want to buy a die or anything like that, you can cut this out and trace around it, and you can turn anything into an index card that will fit these trays. Also, I think one of the things we forgot to talk about, but definitely made it apparent in the emails, was this Memory DEX Punch by Heidi Swap. This thing is friggin' fabulous, and this is the standard size that fits in the trays as well. Angela is wondering if it's okay to make the pocket with copy paper or does it need to be cardstock? I'm going to suggest cardstock. Something heavier. Copy paper has, I think, just a bit too much give to it. especially because we're loading our pocket with these heavier pieces. Oh, Kate says this is sold out on Amazon. I don't know if there's another version of this. Feel free to speak up if you do. I don't know if there's a regular Rolodex punch. I hope Heidi Swap makes more of them. Or maybe it's something Tina and I need to source and figure out and have made for us. Yes, Tina, so that is right. Tina is going to show a way to do it with a regular hole punch, or like this here, you can trim this out. So that's why we gave you this, because this is the standard size, including the track pieces that are cut out. You can trace these and cut those out too. But Tina definitely is going to show a way to make these tracks in our pieces. Oh, Karen says the punch is obsolete because the industry seems to be going to thin cut metal dies. Not me. Nope, I'm not doing it. You know what? Maybe Tina and I will source our own punch.
I think we need to talk about that.
I think so too. So stick with us, babes. Oh, Sally does say you can buy them directly from We Are Memory Keepers, but the shipping is longer. Michelle says she ordered hers a few weeks ago. Yeah, I think it is kind of a little bit of a newer issue that they're no longer available on Amazon, but I don't know. I haven't checked either. I just assumed they would be there. My apologies, but you know what? Stick with us. Angela says that there are also Heidi Swap dies. So I assume they are index card dies. The punch, we love the punch because check this out. So these pieces, these two pieces right here, if we have enough time at the end, we're going to go over these. And you were given the digitals for these, and then you were also given the cards in your kit for these. So we'll go over those. But this piece is a piece of paper, watercolor paper, that from Mad Matter that we had dyed in our dye pots. And I just cut the holes in it using the punch, and this piece of watercolor paper became its own like kick-ass index card. And then I altered it and changed it. So Leslie says she did get a punch from eBay, and Norma says please source and she would like to get it. So we'll definitely check into that, believe us, because, and if we haven't said it enough yet, there is longevity to indexed. We have so many plans coming up in the future that you do not want to miss out. So, but yeah, that punch is fabulous to have. So we'll see what we can do about getting some of those made for us. It's exciting. All right, how you guys, let's see. How are you feeling? I keep bumping this table. Good, thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up, thumbs up, lots of thumbs up. Okay. Janine says she already has a punch. She just has to find it. That's funny. Who doesn't have that problem? Okay, so then we're going to move on. We're going to make the pockets. And in addition to this pocket, you need that base card, chipboard card we were talking about previously. Your pieces can just set to the side. They can work on drying. Don't sweat those. But inside the little fabric section of your kit, all these beautiful, fabulous fibers, bits and bobs, Tina sent us this like 2-inch wide sari. So grab a small section of that, and I'm going to use this to cover the front of my pocket. So I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but one of the things that was in the supply list, and again, this is that whole like, we suggest you have artistic freedom. We always say, any of your favorite ephemera, bring it. Any of your favorite fibers and fabrics and bits and bobs, bring them. There's always ways to work in your own collections into your works of art. So we're going to build the pocket. We're going to alter the chipboard. We're going to build the pocket and put it on top. And then we're going to cover our pocket in fabric. I love fabric and paper additions and mixes so much. They make me so happy. This fabric came from a section in Mad Matter, but it wasn't something that I could really scan and share with you. So Tina provided us with this beautiful sari silk that we can cut up and use to cover our pocket, or any vintage or favorite fabrics that you might have will also work. So keep this out. And any of the DMC floss and a needle if you want to add some hand stitching, but you don't have to, not required. But that's why that was also on the list. So when you take a workshop with Tina and I, and we say, like, bring your favorite things, we really mean it, because we'll help you figure out ways to include them in your project or bring them into the process. We are all collectors, right? Every one of us, we love picking up art supplies and vintage bits and bobs. So it's our goal to help you use those and not maybe hoard on to quite so many. All right, so this is the pocket piece. If I bring it closer to the camera, you can see there are red dashed lines and there's a black line. So we cut out along the black line, and the red lines are where we're going to fold. This is going to become my inside. It doesn't really matter because we end up covering it anyways, but I'm going to fold this bottom one, the long one at the bottom, in upwards. And if you are a scorer, you can absolutely score yours. I don't do that. I'm so fly by the seat of my pants. It's ridiculous. So I don't blame you though, if you, and do not condone you by any means. Like, you're more than welcome to score and to get out a bone folder. But the first step is to fold the bottom flap up. And then these two sections here, we want to fold those. Let's see, am I doing that right? Yeah. We want to fold those in. So we're creating a little 45-degree like mitered area right here at the corner. And we're going to do that on both sides. Okay. So then it looks like this. And then we're going to fold this. So you can open this back up to see where your folds are. We've already used the first one. Now we're going to accordion out the rest of the way. So since this became a valley, see how it folds in a valley, we're going to create a peak on the next one. So peak this way. Now we have one valley and one peak, and we're going to keep going back and forth. So valley, peak, valley, and then another peak, and last another valley. And it's going to fold over on itself and should line up with the first fold you have. And what we've done is create an accordion that will give us an expansive pocket. And the pocket will fold out like this, and you'll see when we glue it. And it becomes very wide, and you can fit a lot of stuff in it. And you're going to do the same thing on the other side. Because we have a valley to start with, we're going to fold the opposite direction and create a peak. And opposite now, and make a valley. And I just put these on like plain white cardstock, and then I'm going to cover it in fabric like I talked about before. But that's not your only option. Like, you could make this out of decorative scrapbook paper or wrapping paper. I wouldn't go anything super thin like copy paper. I just don't think that the pocket will be sturdy enough that way. But there are other options for sure. And it looks like this on the front. It's really sort of plain and you know, very unassuming. but it turns into a really cool pocket. All right, I'm going to give you just a minute to fold. And I'm going to keep asking, and you don't have to have any, but if you do have questions, now would be a good time to ask them again. And we have about an hour left before our first break. How you feeling about those pockets? Oh, looks good, Barbara. I saw you hold yours up. I saw your thumbs. Janine says easy peasy. Good, good. Hopefully the lines made it easier. I actually, when I was doing the prototype, I laser cut my pocket out of paper. And then I thought, that's kind of spoon feeding. If we teach them how to make the pocket, then they could make them in any size and shape they want in the future. All right, so I'm going to have you look up here. I want to do a little alteration on the card. This is where I can talk about black pens with you. I have a lot of black pens. I have two favorites. One is this Precise rolling ball. This one is particularly a V7. I do like the V5. This is by Pilot. This pen writes so beautifully. I love it so much. The only thing is that it's not permanent. So it is water soluble. I have to keep that in mind, but I love the way it writes so much that I just remember that. And then my second favorite is a Micron. These are by Sakura of America. I have them in all kinds of sizes. They have a felt tip, and you can use them on chipboard directly. It's just fine. You just need to be really careful when you're using Microns on any mixed media that has a texture, because it will absolutely eat the felt tip that is on these pens. It's another personal choice. I would be very interested to know what kind of black pens you guys brought to your table. Feel free to put them in the comments. There's a couple others I like. I think a feud ball is a pretty good one. What else? There was one other one, like a G something is a good pen to have for your mixed media artworks. But the reason we're talking about black pens is because I outlined the shape of this card with some sketchy black lines, and you can do whatever you like. I think that it's great to come in and add a little artistic flair, some mark making, whatever you might do. As an example, and again, we'll get to these at the end, time permitting. On this one, I put some plus signs, little ones in a black pen. And on this one, I did some stripes and then some sort of little sewing stitches, which I think is pretty friggin' fabulous. I'm going to use my Microns to run around the edge and just mimic what I did on the first card because I really liked it. But this is a great place for you to have some artistic freedom and branch out if you choose. So I'm going to use my black pen to diversify my card base. Jamie says she uses a Pilot multi-ball. Sally Adler says, I'm so sorry. Sally Adler says the Micron PN is a plastic tip that holds up better. Oh, I'm going to write that down. Micron PN. And Joy says, yeah, it's more sturdy for rough surfaces. Yeah, Uniball Vision's good too. I was going to do Micron, but actually I'm going in with my Pilot. I love this pen so much. I love the thick line. It moves so smoothly. And I know that I'm not adding any water soluble products to this, any watery products, I mean. So it doesn't matter that my pen is water soluble because it's not going to bleed if I'm not adding any moisture to my card. And I'm being haphazard on purpose. It's fun. It creates visual interest, especially when I stop in a spot and it bleeds. That's exciting. Shannon says Uniball Air. Barbara says Prismacolor Premier. Is that a pen? I will also come around this 2 or 3 times because number one, my pen is really never going to go in the same place as it did the first time. And so it just adds a little more whimsy and just like some aesthetic sort of potential, I guess, to the card. If you find yourself having a hard time being more free and sort of open and sketchy, switch to your non-dominant hand. That will really help you not be precise. Becky says she likes a Sharpie S gel, the 0.07 one. I feel like there was a pen, it was like a G something that I was using sometimes. But I always go back to the same pen, so. There we go. That looks good. And now you can glue your pocket on. When we go to glue the pocket on, we flip this over so that our little doodads are sticking up. And we're only going to apply glue to 3 places. To the very top left tab, to the very top right tab, and to the bottom tab. And then you'll position it on fairly centered. When you're adding things to the card bases, you cannot cover the tracks. Please remember that the tracks need to stay open. But other than that, you can put this all the way at the top if you want. You could even have like 2 little half pockets, might be kind of cool. Like the options are endless. I'm going to put mine about right here. It's halfway between, it's centered from left to right, and it's centered from the top of the card to the top of the tracks. And that seems good. I like that. And you can use whatever glue, again, permanent, something substantial, Fabri-Tac, Fabrifix, Diamond Glaze, Zig, something heavy. I would not use a double-sided tape. I don't think that that is sturdy enough. I was trying to think. I thought I had, I don't know. I thought I had one more glue in my brain, but these will work. Also, if you have clips, now would be a good time definitely to get out your clips, because we're going to hold that pocket on while it dries. I do apply my glue very liberally when I'm making pockets. I want them to be permanent, to not come off. Sally says I've hooked her on Fabrifix. It's a modern day rubber cement. I love Fabrifix and I use it for everything, like fabric and not fabric. I glue, it's so heavy duty. It's so easy to use. This is my bottle and it's really thick and it holds things super permanently. And so it does say fabric on it, but I love using it to put down like metal embellishments, to glue chipboard together. I don't use it for collage per se, but anytime I need like a really good heavy duty adhesion. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure Tina was like, years ago, you need to get a bottle of Fabrifix, but she might use Fabri-Tac, which I really do think they're essentially the same, but.
Yeah, Fabri-Tac, that's actually one of my favorite glues too.
Yeah, one is by Beacon and one is by what? What's the other one?
Fabri-Tac is by Beacon.
Oh, so is Fabrifix. Oh, okay. Well, I guess they must do something different than if they're definitely by the same company.
Yeah. Yeah, I use it on non-fabric stuff all the time.
All the time. It's so good for chipboard too. So one of the things I try to tell people when it comes to chipboard is that you need a glue that has time to soak into the chipboard. Chipboard is heavy duty and you can glue a lot of shit to it and it's going to last if you give the adhesive time to work. That's all you have to do. All right, so here's my pocket and I want to demonstrate while this doesn't have anything in it. On the bottom, we only had one flap and on the sides we had like 5 folds or something. And here's why. It creates an accordion style pocket that is still only attached at the bottom. So it comes out at an angle. There's a word I'm looking for. I can't think of it, but accordion will work.
Like a pleat float fold?
Yeah, it's kind of like a pleat. I'll remember it later and I'll email you guys. I don't know. It's a certain kind of pocket, but it's pretty fabulous. And I just love that it expands at the top. And so down the road, our pieces can go in here and they can layer up and get thicker and it holds a lot more stuff in it. If we had just done one flap, we maybe could have put one piece in there and that's it. And it would have been full. Oh, Kate says they also have a 3-in-1 by Beacon, that's a good glue. Basically, I think when it comes to glues, if you need something sturdy, as long as it has sort of a gelatinous form. So whether it's gel medium or diamond glaze or Fabri-Tac or Fabrifix or 3-in-1, all of those are like a gel. I think that's the sign of like a really good super duty glue. But don't quote me on that. Okay, I'm gonna give you a minute to do that, I suppose, and then we'll keep going. Oh, Jamie says she almost glued her pleats together. Don't do that.
This is just so cool. I love it.
Right? I love the variety that can happen. So Tina and I were trying to figure out like what the tagline should be, or like how do we get people to sort of understand our vision. One of the things that we said that I think really sticks is it's like a 3D art journal. Like the possibilities are absolutely endless, but it's contained. Like it has a beginning, an end, like, you know, it's not all over filling up the entire wall. Like I just love it. I love it so much. I love the 3D option and availability that it offers also. Dimension for the win. Okay, so I am going to come back at this. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I think we're going to work on these pieces really quickly. And then we'll come back and finish our pocket so that things can start living inside of it. How does that sound? These sections here, so they're dry, they should be dry, or they should be really close to dry. I guess I should say, and Tina mentioned, I live in or very near to Las Vegas. I live in the desert. So things do dry a little quicker for me here than they do for some of you who are humid or on the coast in the South. If your stuff is not drying, feel free to get out your heat gun, you know, or set it to the side for a little bit longer. But Once these pieces are dry, and I just left them alone to do their job, to dry on their own, I can now come in and just use my fingernails, or if you have scissors or you have a distress tool or sandpaper, I'm just pulling this tissue paper excess away from the edge, and it's going to naturally tear at the edge of the chipboard if you adhered it well enough. If you gave it ample time to dry and sort of become one with the chipboard. Now is when you can go in and refine the edges of your tissue paper and bring back this very recognizable viewfinder shape, including the cutouts. Don't forget about those, right? And again, sandpaper, your favorite distress tool, like a little awl, something like that. And you're pulling off and getting rid of that excess tissue paper. The same is said for the crow. Like, look at how nice the crow belly is now. I did that off screen sort of while you guys were working on your pocket. But it's the same. I'm coming in with my fingernail. You can choose whatever tool makes you happy. And I'm just getting rid of that excess tissue paper. And seriously, it is so successful because of the way I applied the tissue paper and then I gave it time to dry. I think a lot of people forget about what actual dry time is. In my case, it was the last 20-ish minutes. For some people, it might be a couple hours, or get out your heat gun and speed that up. But as artists and sort of as just like everyday life livers, we have so much of this instant gratification that like we just want everything now. You have to be willing to give it time to dry or help it along. And then, you know, look at how successful it is. Like, I'm having no issues whatsoever with pulling away the excess tissue paper and revealing the shape of my crow. Look at him. He's totally crow shaped. Remember how uncrow-like he was? And I'm definitely not trying to make you feel bad about your gluing process or anything like that. If you're having issues, I want to help you troubleshoot them. And usually it legitimately boils down to dry time. Like, people are anxious to move forward and they don't let their stuff dry long enough. So I have a crow, and look, it says camera on my crow back. Oh, it's so awesome. Oh, Kate says she's behind a bit. She has 2 kits and she is printing some photos later. Don't even sweat it, you guys. Like, we will definitely have these recordings up as soon as possible. And I think Monday morning, I just have to download them and then get them uploaded. But Monday, you should have an email from us with the access to the recording. So don't feel too bad. Like, we'll have more work time throughout the day. We have a little extra time prep tomorrow. Like, it's all good. Oh, so, and then she says at the end that she has this idea, the theme of using both sets for her grandparents and gifting to kids for Christmas. Oh, Sally, where are you at with so much humidity? I absolutely will upload today's. I'm not sure if I'll have it done until Monday morning, but I will try to have it done tonight. But we're meeting again tomorrow to finish, so I'm not 100% sure how much extra time you would have to do today's before tomorrow, but I will try. That's the best I can do, but I'm absolutely willing to try. You live near Deb? You're in Pennsylvania? Someone told me, someone being Tina, that the humidity is ridiculous. Oh, Sally and Deb make books together.
Yeah, this morning it was like 89 degrees or 89% here. It was insane.
Oh my God. That is really high. Janine says she had an inch of rain. It's really humid there too. Janine,
Yeah.
are you in Maine?
No, she's in Maryland, I think.
Maryland. That's right.
Right,
Maine's too
Janine?
far.
Maryland? Yeah.
Okay. So that's pretty good. These are a little haggard. I need to get out an awl and kind of sand those away a little bit, but now I have 2 tissue paper covered pieces of chipboard, which I love this tissue paper so much. And while you're sort of doing this like cleanup style section of this particular card, you can, if you are so inclined to paint the edges, you can paint the edges of your frames. So I'm not going to paint these ones, I don't think, just because I'm going to branch out a little bit, or am I? Well, here's what the painted edges look like. I really like it. I lied. I'm going to paint them. Okay. So, but the thing is, like, we don't have to, and Tina and I say this a lot too, like, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Like, nobody has to, it doesn't have to be a modern miracle, everything you do. We took some really kick-ass photos and we glued them to the insides of some chipboard, and then we glued the 2 sets together. Now I'm going to use a paint marker and I'm going to paint the edges. You can go about it kind of the slow, tedious way if you want to use a paintbrush, but that's like the last way I would do it. In the middle of using a paint marker, and like the really easy way using a paint marker and the really hard way using a paintbrush, is a makeup sponge. Get out a makeup sponge, get out a black. Well, I'm using black, but you could use whatever your favorite color is. Remember, in our supply list, we suggested to have your favorite colors of paint and or ink. The reason is because we want you to love your box at the end. And if you did everything in black and white like I do, you may not love it as much as if you had done it in your favorite colors of hot pink and lime green. So paint the edges of your little photo strips whatever color you like. You can use a paintbrush and paint, or you can get out a makeup sponge, which is so fabulous, and you just dab really quickly around the edges, or get out your favorite color paint marker, and even more, like even easier, I'm done with this one. Oh, an ink pad would work good too. I was just thinking if you had an ink pad, a permanent one, you could run it around the edge. Was it Joy? Joy, was it you who said you used chalk paint? Chalk on your tray? Chalk paint would be fabulous around the edges of these as well.
Yeah, the fresco paint went really well. First I put a gesso coat on, and then I realized I didn't really need it because the chalk was thick enough. So it worked beautifully.
Good. Yeah.
One of my favorite ways to finish edges off is with just wax pastes.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well,
Yeah,
and as you put it, it's like finishing the edge. So you can see that you can see the paper, the cardstock. I mean, there's 2 layers of cardstock sandwiched between the chipboard. You can see that. And if you don't like that, this is your opportunity to sort of cover that up. And again, give it a little bit more of a refined edge. And the wax pastes are a perfect way to do that. All right. Oh, Kathy says she's in the desert in SoCal and her humidity is usually about 20%. My humidity is usually 0. Oh, Janine also says that Blick has a black glue. Is it like what kind of glue? Oh, now I don't know which pieces go to this project. That's hilarious. Okay. I think it's this. Now I have too many pieces. That's all right. It doesn't matter. She says it looks like PVA inconsistency. Oh, how cool would that be? Buying books with it. Virginia Beach has 58% humidity today. Okay. Oh, no, I lied. I'm gonna give you a minute. 2 minutes. She says, what is the dew point? I don't have any idea. I'm looking it up. Well, for the record, today, right now, my humidity is at 47%. It did rain yesterday. And then the dew point is at 57 degrees. It says degrees, right? Yeah, my dew point says degrees. I don't know why. Who invented these crow feet? I love the crow feet. Get your scissors out and clip them nice and neat. It'll be okay. Look at them. Look at the little piggies. It doesn't have to be perfect either. Oh, Becky says hers is, I don't be sorry at all, Becky. I have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. I thought I had it wrong. I went to check if I read degrees and it should have been a percentage. I'm definitely not a meteorologist. Oh, your air quality is 100. That's fabulous. I have no wind today.
I accidentally tore the paper off my crow feet, so now it looks like he has brown feet, and I kind of like it.
Yeah, that'll work. At the end, Becky's like, I don't know why I care. I don't even go outside. Okay, so I want to, if everyone will look forward, I want to demo just a couple little last steps, and then you'll have work time where we can kind of open it up. I will unspotlight if you guys, want to maybe do a quick little share of what you're doing, or whatever. It'll be work time. I'm going to do the last little part of demo, give you a couple more options to finish this guy off, and then you'll have some work time. So one of the things I want to show is my absolutely over the last year. Back up a little bit. Unwild Studio is my company. I started it as a chipboard manufacturer, and we have expanded very largely into a bunch of other products. So I've been using chipboard now for about 10 years consistently in about 95% of my projects. And it's so funny, lately in the last couple of years, I have found that subtlety is where I'm finding the most interest when it comes to chipboard. And you can cover chipboard, and Tina's going to show you some really amazing ways to alter it in crackle, in gel mediums, in sand, in texture, paste, in cement. You can cover it, you can collage it, whatever. But lately, I have found myself drawn to being very subtle with it and just doing a little bit of outlining in polka dots. So I would take a pen, and similar to doing this sort of sketchy line, I would come in, and am coming in, and doing some polka dots that just go around the openings and the edges of this piece. You can and should and are absolutely invited to, oh, excuse me, do as little and as much to your chipboard pieces as you want. So you have lots of extra, not lots of extra, but a few extra little viewfinders. You don't have to use them all. You can use them if you think that they'll fit and would like how that would be inside your piece. But you can alter them. You can do a little doodling. You can scribble on them. You could do some asemic writing. You could hold off a little bit and watch a couple of Tina's demos and do that so that it sort of brings the whole thing into. Oh, well, Kathy says, FYI, the gel medium's not wet enough for this project. And Nancy says polka dot feet for the win. Becky said she was wondering why hers didn't have these extra little holes. Because they're pen, you get to draw in them. So then, no, the original and the remake. And they don't have to be that way. You can go back to the card. You can draw. Again, you could hold off and see what Tina's doing and kind of do some funky little alterations. There's just a lot of varieties. I just lately have found myself going a little bit more subtle route and really like honing in on that beautiful craft color that they have. So there's that little bit of a demo. Keep that in mind, but don't get to work yet. Don't forget, we have this amazing, God, it's just so beautiful, like 2-inch wide sari. And I didn't do this yet. I was going to see if it'll tear. Oh, it tears wonderfully. So I love really distressing things and adding a little extra goodness to them. And by that, I mean like torn edges and distressing and fibers and bits and stuff hanging off. So I'm taking a small amount of this 2-inch wide sari that Tina sent us, and I'm going to cover my pocket with it. Do you have to do that? Absolutely not. You could use other fabrics, like vintage fabrics you might have in your stash, or if you have any beautiful ribbons, or like in the original, I used hand-dyed fabrics. This is muslin, cotton muslin that we had hand-dyed in a Mad Matter set. And I just love the grunginess that it had to it. But essentially, I am wanting to and working on covering up this pocket. So I don't like how the cardstock looks. Now, if you had used like a decorative scrapbook paper or some of the other things we talked about for this pocket, you may not want to cover it in fabric at all. But the options, again, are endless. You could put ledger paper on it. You could put an old quilt piece. You could put embroidery there. There's a really big variety of things that are available. In my case, I want to cover up the cardstock and just add some fiber and some texture to my piece. I love mixing fabrics and paper. So this is really where that comes into play, and I get to, because I'm the artist and this is my box and that's what I want to do. I'm also choosing to use this silk just like Tina sent it. But another one of the suggestions was, and I talked about it a little bit ago, was paint in your favorite colors. You could add a little paint to your fabric. You could put some marks on it just like we have been on the cards. Any other type of alterations you might think of.
No, I did that, DeeDee. I just literally made it messy. I grabbed some black on my table.
Yeah.
I just want it grungy as all get out.
Right. Yeah. I'm just going to layer some pieces. I tore it in half. I didn't even mean to do that, but I'm going with it. And I will use, and this is very along the same lines we've sort of been talking about. I'm going to pick up Fabrifix for this. It is specifically for fabrics. It will harden the fabric and create a little like stiff area. So I'm not going to cover the entire thing in Fabrifix. I'm just going to tack it down in some sort of there's I don't know what's with my words. They're all escaping me. Like in a plan, I'm going to tack it in the corners. And then later, and I will demo that in just a moment, I'm going to very strategic. That's what I was thinking. Strategically place my crow so that he can add a little bit of extra adhesion. And remember, you cannot cover the track openings. So I'm pushing this up so that it doesn't get in the way of the track. I want it to slide evenly. I think my only issue with the Fabrifix is that it is so thick, it's really hard to get out of the bottle. Like even when I've had it upside down, I still have to hulk it. And maybe mine's just really old, but it kind of pisses me off. Like, look what I have to do. I have to like squeeze the bottle in half. Is yours that thick? Oh God. Maybe my hole needs to be bigger.
I find the longer my bottle is open, you know, and using it, it does get thicker.
Yeah. Nancy says you can use acetone to thin out your glues. Janine has a piece of tea bag paper that's really grungy. That would be fabulous. I mean, and absolutely, like, look at the difference between my two. Oh, I don't know if you can actually see the difference. This is cotton, so it's more matte and it's very grungy with all the dyed bits that were done to it. See how it's got all that variation? And then, oh, that's why. And then here is the silk, and it's shiny because it's silk and it's so pristine. It gives a different look, but I love them both so much. And I just love the variety that I'm going to keep going with it. Karen says hers is Fabri-Tac, but it flows better when the bottle is full. That's interesting. I do keep it upside down in this little holder that I got from Scrappy Chic, but even that is not always right. Okay, so also at this point is a great way to use your DMC floss. To add in some hand stitching, you can hand stitch along the edges, you can hand stitch before you glue it on, to add some extra dimension or anything like that. I'll actually probably end up hand stitching through the cardstock and this, but I just have this last little bit where you're gonna find what section or area your crow fits best. And your crow gets glued on the top. And here's my thought behind the crow or the raven. They're collectors, right? We've all heard those really fabulous stories about how they bring people things and they trade with people, and they have collections and they have like little rocks and shiny things and stuff like that. And I really love that. So we're tucking in these photographs, we're tucking in these film strips, we're tucking in these viewfinders, and then from your digital downloads, you can print out you can cut out long forgotten or treasured memories, and or source any words that you're finding you may want to use for this pocket. So it's coming together as this sort of little, I don't know, Rolodex / memory saver / pocket full of goodness. So we'll glue on the crow, we'll glue on a word or 2 words or a title, I guess I should say. And you can put your things in your pocket, and this should be your first card done in your tray. It is 11:06. We have until 11:30 to work, and then it's break time or vice versa, however you like. But, and I said 11, but I'm not going to say it that way. At 1/4 till, Tina will start our next demo. I'm going to unspotlight. I'm just double checking. Yeah. At 1/4 till, Tina will start the next demo. I'm going to unspotlight so that anybody who talks will then be at the forefront. And feel free. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to unspotlight. So you can ask me any questions you need to, if anything was unclear, or if you want to share how yours is different, what you decided to do with yours. Absolutely feel free. Tina, do you have anything from yours you want to share real quick?
No, I'm using some of this stuff from Mad Matter. I changed gears. I was gonna do red and white and black, but now I'm kind of obsessed with this like peachy yellowy color, so that's what I'm going with. So
That's amazing.
I took that piece of sari that I grunged up with just black and white paint, and now I'm just doing some random stitching to add to my little pocket.
Beautiful. I love that you had that lace hanging around. Now I feel like I should go dig through fibers more. I'm not leaving, but I want to. Anybody else? Guys, please do not feel, just come on. Don't feel shy.
I see lots of heads down, busily working.
I know, right? That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I used a piece of rusted fabric that we did one time at Tina's. A little piece with my rusty stuff on it and then painted with my paint marker.
Nice. That red looks hella good next to that.
Yeah.
Those red stitches.
I haven't done a lot of embellishment on mine, but he's just hanging there. And I wrapped some hemp cord around my pocket.
I love that it looks like he's walking across it.
I know. Yeah.
It's like he's on
on a line.
Uh-huh. That is great.
Yeah. And then my pocket is on craft cardstock.
That looks really nice.
I finished mine.
Oh, it looks good.
Sorry, can you put that back up? I missed it. Who was
You
it
have
that shared?
You have to say something, Donna, so that it brings you to the front.
This is my version.
Nice. I love all the little dots at the bottom of the card.
Yeah.
Any tips on how to get these holes in the viewfinders clean from the decoupage?
So my favorite tip is to tell you to use a piece of sandpaper and like a nail file. A nail file is perfect because it already has the sandpaper texture, and you just go in and just like back and forth. It's like filing it out. But if you don't have a nail file, a piece of folded sandpaper is like numero uno.
So I don't know if you can find these anymore because this is from Making Memories. I don't know if you guys remember them. But this is a file I have had probably for 15, 20 years. And I use it for little spots like that.
And those are great. They're like jeweler files.
Right. And it's square, so it fits in there and you can kind of get into those corners. A bead reamer. What is that?
Yeah.
Michelle?
It's kind of like the thing you're using, Tina. It's like you can put it in a bead to make the hole bigger, so it's got like a file on a little tube thing like that.
I'm gonna have to look at that because this file that I have from making memories, it's getting so like worn out because I've had it for so long. Oh, do you have those too? Sam was gonna show. Yeah.
Yeah, bead, like the bead reamer. I want to see, did you say Sam's? I didn't see Michelle's either. You guys have to talk when you hold it up so it brings you to the front, but like a bead reamer in the jewelry section at the craft store. Like I'm sure they have, you know, if you need to
Yeah.
replace yours,
Here's
Tina.
a bead reamer.
Yeah, that's the one I have. That big blue handle.
Sam, what were you gonna show? You're muted.
Okay. So these are old, close to my heart. They're called finishing files. And they come in a pack of 3 and I've had them forever. But that's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Those look fabulous, especially in their little holder.
Yeah, I've had them forever.
I used a real piece of twig or flower bits. And then I have these, the actual photographs of my great-great-grandfather.
That
That's
is
fabulous.
And then
so fantastic.
The baby is random, but the other people are real.
Just make up a story for the baby. Did all of your digitals print out okay? I was pretty excited when I realized that my newsletter let me add them directly to the email and you didn't have to go anywhere for them. Anywhere extra. Oh, Nancy and Sally have both said that if you need like a nice little set of files, you can get them at Harbor Freight, which is like your best friend anyway, right? For nearly pennies.
What is it? Harbor Freight?
Harbor Freight. Yeah, it's like a hardware store.
Oh.
But they have all kinds of really great organization and like just like lots of stuff that you could certainly be using in your space.
Okay.
Janine says she just got out her handy dandy X-Acto knife. So there's about 25 more minutes. You can do with them as you please, whether you break or you keep working, but at 15 till, Tina will start the next card. Sally says the tissue is too cool. Tina has some other designs of tissue in her Etsy shop too. And tissue is becomes a staple in indexed. Cough, cough, hint, hint.
Can get no more obvious than that. I love using tissue paper.
Me too. It's friggin' fabulous. All right, look, here's my first one. It's in my Rolodex. So fancy. I should put a little top hat on my crow.
Nice.
So I took the little words that you gave us, DeeDee.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, my focus is not working. So I cut them instead of gluing it on the front here. I cut some of them and just kind of stuck them into my little pocket too.
Nice.
It's done.
So good. So good.
DeeDee or Tina, did you say the next section starts at 45 after the hour?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, oh, yeah, sorry, 45 after, yeah, 15 till.
Good.
I wanted to ask how you guys are feeling. We're coming back. Tina's going to get into some weaving, some rainbow weaving. So how did your first card's done? It should be in your tray, right?
Got some thumbs up.
It's
Yeah.
awesome. I love it. It's so much fun.
Good. All right, I'm
Great.
gonna I'm gonna spotlight you and then just let's make sure I'm spotlighting the right one. I want your fingers.
You went. You
Okay.
got it. You got it. That looks blurry to me though. Look blurry to you guys? Because I moved my camera down.
No, move it up a little, not the camera, move your stuff up so it's in the middle of your view.
It looks a little blurry to me. Is it good for everyone?
It looks
Yeah.
great to me.
All right. So we are going to do these wonderful blurry to me, like crazy blurry. It doesn't down here, but it does up here.
Yeah, when you hold it up, it's not focusing. So keep it down on the desk.
Well, that's going to be fun as I'm stitching.
Did you folks notice that it said stop recording a while back?
Yeah, I did that on purpose, but I have already started it back
Okay.
recording.
Okay, good enough.
Thank you. No, thank you so much for double checking because it is important. We want you guys to be able to come back and be able to rewatch these.
All right, so we are going to do these little rainbow weavings. These are just a couple that I've done. To be complete honest, this is the prototype, so you don't even want to look at the, the back of it. So this was DeeDee sending one of these pieces to me, and this is how we work. And I literally was sitting here with a hole punch, which, by the way, a hole punch goes through this chipboard fantastically. This haphazard thing. So that's why this one looks a little askew and not perfect. This one is much more lined up because DeeDee was like, oh yeah, I'll go ahead and put the holes right in it. So the other thing is too, again, back to the 3D nature, I want to cover this hot mess up. I don't want to see that because as you're flipping through your tray, you want something really pretty on the background. But before we get into the weavings, we're going to probably spend about 30 minutes or so prepping some pieces for this project and for some other ones. That way they are to the side, they're drying, and we won't have to wait when that happens. So what you want to do in your kit is grab the weaving card and grab the back to it. So these are the half circle chipboard pieces in your kit. You also want to grab the frame and one of the plain chipboard pieces. You want to grab one of the spines. And you want to grab this half tabbed piece. I'll give everyone a second to grab them in your kit. You also want to grab out some gesso and a paintbrush, or however you like to apply your gesso. It could be with your fingers, it can be with a cosmetic sponge, could be with a palette knife, kind of however, it doesn't really matter. I put it on pretty loosely anyway. All right, so what we're going to do for these 4 pieces right here, so the 2 weaving half circles and then the open frame and the half tab, is you only need to put the gesso on one side because that's going to be the side that's going to be visual to you. These 2 pieces, you're going to want to put gesso on both sides because you're going to see both sides of it in your tray. So I'll let you go ahead and cover all of those with some gesso and then just put them aside out of your workspace. And if you really love the look of the raw chip, you don't have to use white gesso. You can use clear gesso. The gesso is just going to act as that barrier so you can do other things to it, add some other paint, add some stability, not so porous. The chipboard, as you can tell, as you're putting the gesso on, is an extremely porous surface. But you could use clear, you could use some sort of colored gesso. A black gesso would look really cool on these.
I keep meaning to put in an order for the gold gesso. I think I need to order gold and black.
I love the gold. It's Daniel. Oh my
Daniel
gosh.
Smith.
I want to say Daniel Smith, but then I did not want to say Daniel Smith. I can't remember now who makes it. But it's beautiful. And don't worry when you're painting, putting the gesso on the piece with all the holes in it for the weaving. We'll come in after that paint dries with an awl or a pokey tool and just make those holes visible again. Because you drive yourself crazy, I think, putting the paint in here, trying not to clog up those holes. And then make sure too, and again, this is kind of me, back to the whole 3D nature, put that gesso on the edges of your pieces too. So it's not that raw gesso. So DeeDee, this is where I think it's fun because DeeDee loves to use the raw chip. And a lot of times the first thing I do is paint it with gesso.
Tina, it is Daniel Smith. I just went and got mine.
Great. Yeah, if you guys are a gold, if you love gold, anything, that gesso is so awesome. And I mean, I use it just for my gold paint. If you're really lazy and you hate painting things with gesso, they do make spray gesso in white. I think it's liquid.
Krylon.
Krylon, yes. That works great if you have a bunch of pieces that you want to all gesso at one time. You just have to be really careful with the spray can because it clogs really easy. So I always just take it and hold the can upside down and spray the nozzle until it kind of comes out clear, and then it's cleared, the nozzle's clear and it won't clog up on you. Now with some of these pieces, we may eventually cover up with some collage, but when I do this too, because when I create, I usually never know what I'm gonna end up doing. So when I prep it this way, it just saves me later on from having to go ahead and gesso something and then wait for it to dry. So when I'm starting something, a lot of times I'll just go and cover everything with gesso and then it's ready to go. Get my hands kind of clean here. Is everybody almost done? Give some thumbs up, thumbs down.
Need about 25 seconds.
Okay.
What do you gesso like the damn Flash? I still have like 3/4 to do.
I'm on a mission.
I guess.
I was trying to wash my hands when we were on the break. I have so much glue on my fingers. It's like, it will not come off.
I love those. I was going to mention this earlier. I love those sponges. It's not really a sponge, but kind of like
scrubby things.
Yeah, like you can get one at IKEA, and I think that also like maybe Ranger came out with some or something, but it's like scrubby on one side and then the other side is like paintbrush bristles. I love it. It always gets my hands clean when I really need them. Like, I don't usually care that much, but it's always backing me up.
Tina, real quick, excuse me, which ones get it on both sides?
The solid card and the spine. So the spine is this little piece.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. I live right next to a small airport and they take off. It's the little tiny biplanes. They take off like almost every 30 minutes, every 15 minutes. And right now I've got one. They do the acrobats over my head. So I can hear him. Yeah, I can hear him right now doing it. And it always gets me because they do that dive where they kill the engine on the plane. So you can hear them going up and they kill the engine. And one of these days, I just have this fear like they're going to come crashing down on my neighborhood.
Oh, goodness.
Hey, Tina, does it matter
Yes.
if the holes are clogged on the Rainbow Weaver one?
No, because we'll come back after that's dry and re-poke them out.
Remember when she said that?
No.
He's giving you some smack.
Only because I knew it was Michelle.
I mean, I might not have asked if I knew.
Well, she said it.
I must have not been paying attention.
How is your new space, Michelle?
Well, you'll get to see it next month.
I know, right? Like really soon.
Yeah, it's good. I'm down here all the time.
We'll have to make something down there. Oh, I must be getting a package. My dog is going crazy. I'm sorry. I'm going to mute while he does that.
Are we good? Moving on. Yay, nay.
I'm actually ready for a change.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead. Everyone take a second. So this is where hopefully you guys saw on the supply list, and I hope we had it on there, was coffee, instant coffee. If you do not have, if you do not have any instant coffee, you don't need to do this step, or you can color your fabric strips with inks, paint, whatever you have. Back to what DeeDee said, you know, use your own inspiration, use what products you have on hand, things that you love to use. I really love the look of coffee. To me, I love to make everything look old. So if it's new, I have to age it. And if it's by coffee, or if it's by adding ink to the edges or crackling it, that's what I like to do. So in your little bag of fabrics, you'll want to take these strips, this strip right here, it's about a 12-inch strip. This is just a white bed sheet. I love to buy just the cheapest Amazon white cotton bed sheets for my cotton fabric because it's cheap. It's a big piece of fabric and you can do all sorts of things with it. So take your strip of fabric out of your bag and we're just going to make a little bit of instant coffee dye. So get some water. This is probably about, not even a cup in here, maybe a half a cup of water. And just like DeeDee, I don't measure anything. So I'm just going to put in, whoa, that was more than I wanted to. I was going to put in about a tablespoon, but it's probably 2 tablespoons of coffee.
Someone's asking if you want it to be cold water or hot water.
It doesn't matter. This is lukewarm. It came right out of the tap. but you want it to look kind of like chocolate milk. Not so clear that you can't see the coffee in it. And then just put your fabric in it. We're going to let that sit for a little bit and get luscious and beautiful. That's it. Just let it sit. I'll give everybody a minute to do that, and then we're gonna do another prep step. So this can dry. Is everyone ready? Thumbs up? Yeah. Okay. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is in your kit, you should have several pieces of these fantastic little John Deere vintage index cards. I found these at an auction here locally, and I almost fell over when I went to go pick them up because it's 1, 2, 3, they're sitting right next to me. 6, actually 12 drawers, but 6 cabinets of them jammed full of these little cards. And they are so perfect for this. So the thing is, these are much wider than our box. So we have to cut these down. So for anything that you ever want to add to these boxes, just because it's bigger than the width of the box doesn't mean anything. You can cut it down to size. You could, if you wanted to, make them so they stand upright. So then it fits in here. But for what we're going to do, we're going to cut it down so it fits within the box. And then for those that have the punch, we'll punch it. For those that don't, I'll show you kind of another way to get to that. But grab 2 of those index cards in that bag. And if you want to, I tried to send some that had a lot of different writing. Some of them had just a little bit of writing. Just take 2 of them that calls to you that you really like.
Tina, are the others extras for us to do with as we please, or do we need to keep those also?
Nope, they're extras to do with as you please.
Yay. Thank you.
So I am going to cut these down. So the box is 4.5 inches wide. So I would cut this 1/4 of an inch at least shorter, maybe 1/4 of an inch should be good. So if you want to go 4.25 inches wide, that will fit into the box. So I'm going to put my little cutter here and cut them down. It doesn't really matter. It's really kind of up to you visually if you want to keep a little bit of both sides. I always like this part of the index tag over here where it's got the part number and everything. And they are double-sided too, by the way. So I'm going to cut off this side of it, but you cut it however you want to cut it down.
And then also, this is truly a personal decision. So these are going to go in our box this way, depending on, I mean, it should be fine because we will have a lot of tall things in our boxes. If you want this to be a little bit shorter, feel free to go ahead and trim off maybe an inch of the bottom if you want more of a short, this is going to be for this project here. If you want more of a shorter flip book for it, you can totally leave it this size if you want. I am going to trim mine down a little bit just so it's a little bit shorter, but it's really personal choice. And I keep these little bits that you cut off because you can always add those on as collage bits. Stick them in these pockets. The pocket project that DeeDee shared, you can always make things and collage on them and add them to your pockets as well. I don't ever throw nothing away. Then another thing too, before I get ready to, I'm going to cover these with clear gesso, just so I can keep what this looks like. I don't want to cover it with white gesso. The other thing that I love to do with these cards is, since this corner of it's rounded, if you have a corner punch, go ahead and corner punch the other side. So then that way you have rounded corners on both. If not, you could square off both of them, but I just like that look where it's the same angle on both corners. These are crocodile corner chompers. I've had these forever too. And then just go ahead with these ones. Cover, you'll want to cover the inside. So pick which one you want to be your cover, and then cover the front of the other one. So this one I'm going to use as my cover because I like the writing on it. So I'm going to cover this piece with some clear gesso. You don't need to do both of them, just the front of the piece that's going to be on the inside. And I don't know, DeeDee and I were talking about this the other day too, about clear gesso. So clear gesso can be a love-hate relationship because most clear gesso is really, really, really gritty, which I don't like because I like to write on my pages. The only gesso that I have found, and I know that she mentioned something about Golden's clear gesso that is not gritty at all, is the Finnabair Art Basic one. I just wish it came in a bigger container, but there's no grit in it at all. And then put that aside.
Do you find that clear gesso is still like absorbent, or with the missing texture, is it a little more gel medium-ish?
No, I think it's really absorbent. So I use this a lot. So I do a lot of collage in my art journals. And when I want to paint over that collage, so that magazine paper, or, you know, a lot of times it's from vintage magazines. When I put this on top of it, if I want to just kind of keep that, maybe write on it or paint on it, it works really well. It works just like regular gesso.
Awesome.
And then one more thing, I know you guys want to get to weaving, but one more thing that we need to do after you've gotten that done is to take the solid card and the frame. And so this is going to be for the third project.
And again, this is to help us when we get ready to do that. We don't have to sit and wait, watch paint dry. You're going to want to paint this. So like in this sample right here, I painted it. The color theme of my box was this blue color. So I painted it with just some acrylic paint in this color. You can paint it with acrylic paint. You can put acrylic ink. You could use paint markers, kind of whatever you want. So take whatever color palette you're working in for your box and paint one side of the regular card and the side that you gessoed for the open frame. And don't forget the edges.
Really quick before we get to weaving, do you want to go back over just word wise, sentence wise, what we needed to prep in the last 30-ish minutes? We needed like what needed painted, what needed coffee dyed, just really quick recap.
Yep, I can. So we prepared with gesso. Let me move this over here. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 pieces. And these 4, we only had to cover with gesso on one side. These 2, we covered with gesso on both sides. And then we painted in the color palette that we're working with for our tray. We painted that with just acrylic paint or acrylic ink or whatever you have, markers, paint markers. Then we also cut down 2 of our index cards to fit the inside of our tray, which is 4.5 inches. So we cut them to 4.25 inches wide. And then I went ahead and cut 1 inch off the bottom. So I had a shorter card. You don't have to do that. And then we put clear gesso on the top of one of the cards. So this is the other one. This is the one that I'm going to use for the cover, which I like the writing. So I gessoed this one because it's going to be covered up with paint. Then we also, lastly, took the strip of the strip of white cotton bed sheet that was in our kit and put it in a mixture of coffee. So I put in about 2 tablespoons into maybe a 1/2 cup of water. Doesn't have to be any specific temperature. And it's been in there while we've been prepping the pieces. So you could probably go ahead and take your piece out. So look how beautiful. I love this. I love this color so much.
It's delicious.
And it smells wonderful. I'm like sitting here smelling it. I love using coffee because I've done that before. I know it's a little weird, but sit and smell my pages.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Yeah. All right, so just take this out and set it somewhere kind of opened up. You want it to be flat. You do not want it to be wrinkly because we are going to be putting washi tape on top of this. So let it be flat wherever you're putting at and just let that dry. And that's it. That's what we prepped.
Thank you so much.
Then when you're ready to get ready for the weaving part, if you do have some, this should be dry. So when you're putting the gesso on, I mean, you saw how quickly I did it. I don't glop it on really thick. It was, you know, a thick enough layer where it covered up the chipboard, but it wasn't so thick that it's going to take hours to dry. in some of these holes, I can tell it's still a little bit wet, but if you have holes that are filled with the gesso, just take a pokey tool or an awl and go in and reopen up those holes, because you definitely need those holes to be open in order for us to do our sewing. So I am going to clean those holes out. So as you're doing that too, so this is going to be the part that we gessoed is going to be the front of our weaving. So you can, I mean, this would slow down a little bit. You could probably watch the weaving part if you wanted to do this. So like on this card, I went ahead and actually painted the front of it too, because I wanted another color here. You can paint this. I could have collaged on here as well. So kind of with DeeDee's technique, where you collage on it with tissue paper or vintage book paper or any other sort of ephemera that you have. Let it dry completely and then come back on the back side where all the holes are that you can see, and you could have poked through those holes. So you could have done that instead of painted this. Really the possibilities are endless with this, but for the point of this, we'll just come in here with gesso. It will be white, but we can go in after the weaving is done. If you want to add a little paint, you could, paint this little section if you wanted to. Or if you want to go ahead and put some paint on here, you'll just have to watch how we do the weaving, and when your paint's dry, come back and follow up with the weaving part. On the back piece, so this piece here is going to be assembled to the weaving this way. So you're not going to see it. So that's why we didn't paint it. On this side, you can do the exact same thing. So you can come in and you can paint this. You can go ahead and paint on it. You could collage on it. Again, take that, fantastic black tissue paper that's in the kit. You can collage on it. If you want to take some of your extra index cards, go ahead. I think the easiest way, because these are a little bit heavier, is to take your half circle card and trace this out and cut it out before you put it on, because in that way it's almost to size. But those would look really great on the back side. There's all kinds of other ephemera bits that are in this pack that I included. There's some book paper. There's some of this vintage paper that's in here that would look really cool in the back of it. Here's some more book paper as well. So you could collage on the back of that. You can do that later after the weaving's done. You don't have to do that right now. So that's how that's going to be assembled, is this way. All right, are we ready for the weaving part? Yes? Okay. So grab the fibers. So you don't have to use these fibers. Again, use what you have. If you have some fibers in your stash, please go ahead and use them if it's in the color palette that you're going to use. But we did include some in your kit. So in the bag, we have a couple of pieces of some vintage bead sack cloth. So I don't know if you saw this morning when we were on the video, but right to my right is actually it's right behind me, is a huge thing I have found. It was an auction locally, all this vintage bead sack cloth. So I just love the delicate patterns in this cloth, and this works really, really nice for that. So you have some of that. You can use the wide sari ribbon to do this. You can color it, like DeeDee was saying, you can color it with your acrylic inks and your paints if you want it in the color of your palette. One thing that I love to do, I buy a lot of things either undyed or in white, because then I can color them however I want to color them. And to me, that it just extends my creative possibilities with my stash. This piece is for DeeDee's project, so you do not want to use this piece. But this piece you can use for the weaving. So this is from India. This is sorry, just a second. Winston, leave it alone. Winston. He's chewing my old books. No. This is linen silk, I believe. I have to look. for sure. Don't hold me to that. But the fiber on this, I don't know if you guys have it out and you're playing with it right now. I love the texture of this yarn. It's intertwined with each other and it's knobby and it's textural. And this looks so cool in these weavings because you don't have to do anything to it. It has this amazing color. And because this is so neutral in tone, it goes with every color palette that you have. So what I would suggest doing is pull out, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 different fabrics that call to you and have them kind of ready to go. So I'll give you just a couple of minutes to pull out if you have your own fibers or if you want to pull out what is in the kit and just have them ready for this next step. The other thing that you're going to want is grab some embroidery thread. So you can use something that is coordinating. So in this case, I just used a off-white color because it really blended in with all the colors that I have here. This one, I used a blue color because it matched what I had, or you can go total contrast. So if I wanted something really to stand out on this, I could have used blue to match this or black. Just again, whatever appeals to you, just grab what you want to use. I'm going to use this because I'm using these peachy tones. So I'm going to use this brown color. And I am going to pull this out and more of this fabric.
I'm gonna unspotlight you for just a second.
Okay.
After Tina did her weaving, I was like, holy shit, I have to do like 50 of those. So we finished the design of the card. What I really want, and then I like made some, but what I really want to show you is on the edge, like my very top layer is tissue paper. So you have this huge, beautiful black piece of tissue paper with white writing on it. You can absolutely cut a strip of it and like crunch it up so it mimics one of your fibers in one of your little rainbow arches. So definitely take a look at, you know, those fibers, those fabrics, the tissue paper, stuff that you've been supplied with if you didn't bring anything with you. Just another option.
Yeah, there could be all sorts of papers. I love the tissue paper. Actually, you could take the black tissue paper in the kit and do this if you really want that high contrast in your weaving. If you have a thinner paper, you know, even a copier paper that maybe you have jelly printed or vellum or deli paper or newsprint, all of that would work really well. I think it needs to be a thin paper because you do want to crunch it up. And it's not really going to rip for how we do this. So kind of think outside the weaving here and use what you have.
Angela wants to know how long and how wide does it have to be?
So these can be very small pieces. So the biggest piece that you're going to want to have is it's going to have to fit this way around your chipboard piece. So this is about 8 inches long. So these can be very small pieces and it can be probably about a 1/2 inch wide. Just kind of depends on how chunky you want your weaving. So these can be total fabric scraps. So get those ready, get your thread out. So I'm going to go ahead and thread my needle. I am going to leave my floss in the 6-strand thread. I'm not going to separate it. You could also use, if you didn't want to use thread, depending on how thick the yarn was, you could use yarn, you could use twine to do this. You just have to make sure you have a needle with an eye that's big enough. Oh my goodness. And it can fit through the holes in the weaving. Make sure my needle goes through. So I don't know how wide your needles are. So I use a lot of these needles. I don't know if you can see it on the camera. No, it's not focusing. They're really wide needles. I use these, are blunt tips, a lot for my bookbinding. If you have a needle that might be really wide, if you want to just poke it in the hole, make sure your needle actually goes through the hole before you get too far into this. That might be a good thing to do. All right, so grab your favorite one. So I have a selection here. So this is a color palette that I'm going to use in my weaving. Grab the one color that is your most favorite color. So this is my most favorite color. And I hope it's long enough. And if not, we'll make it work. I am going to cut off about a 1/2 inch strip. And ripping makes my heart so happy. Does anyone else like that sound when you rip fabric? DeeDee, do you like that sound?
You bet your sweet ass I do.
There's something about that when you rip it. All right,
Seriously.
so I know, like, it's the simple things in life. This might be a little short for what I'm going to do, so I'm going to use it on one of the inside ones. So what I like to do first is, so you can see there's holes here, right? This is going to be our guide as we stitch. So the first one that I usually start with, but because this favorite fabric of mine, actually, I have a solution. Looky here. Never mind. Hold, please. Here we go. Problem solved. Okay. All right. So these are your guides. So the first row of holes that we're going to use are these first two on the outside. So you've got the most outer circle or row of circles or holes, and then the next one right to it. So those are going to be the two sets of holes that we use for this first weaving. And this is about as easy as it gets. Like, this looks so much more complicated than it is. Put a knot on the end of your thread. You definitely want to make sure you are knotting this, and make your knot big enough that it does not go through the hole. So you might have to knot it a few times.
Are you using all 6 strands?
I am using all 6. Normally when I stitch, I separate it into 3, but I am using all 6. All right, is everyone ready? Looking up? Okay, so this gets a little fussy to kind of hold, but once you start going and it starts to hold your fabric down, it goes pretty quick. So I have the end of it here. And so again, back to the length of fabric that you want to make sure it fits all the way around your circle. I just start on one end. And again, we're using the outermost set of holes and the set right next to it. I'm just going to come up on the first hole from underneath and go across my fabric to that second set of holes. And again, I'm holding the left side here with my left hand, and you won't have to do that after you get a few stitches down. And also when you're doing this, so I like crinkling up the fabric a little bit, so all the little bits and the fibers are kind of hanging out over the edge. If you want it to be completely flat, it's your weaving. If you want it crunchy, crunch it up. And it doesn't matter really for this next step if on the back side. So just to keep it straight for myself, I like to always go from one side to the other. So let me show you what I mean. So I'm always starting from the outer hole to the inner hole. So on the back side, you'll see it's going to be crossing over here. It doesn't really matter. If you wanted to go outer hole, inner hole, and then inner hole, outer hole, it's entirely up to you. But for my mind and how I do this to kind of keep track of where I am, I'm going to go outer hole to inner hole and just keep working your way all the way around the weaving until your piece is all the way stitched on. Any questions?
I think one of my favorite parts about this particular weaving process is that whatever you're stitching with can be such a great complement to whatever you're stitching, or to like a nice accent piece to your whole box. Like, I love it.
Yeah, you can decide whether you want the thread to be an accent or kind of blend into the background.
Yeah. Like, what if you had like gold metallic thread? Like, that would be so hot.
It would be. I actually have some.
I know I didn't bring any in with me, and I don't really need to go out to the studio again, but I also left my paper trimmer out there. You think I never done any arting outside my studio before? Geez.
And I'm sure you guys are looking at your own thing and not looking at my screen, but as I'm going, my fabric's actually twisting on me, but I don't care because it's getting chunky, and all of, again, the side bits are kind of coming up. So I'm not super careful to keep the fabric kind of all in the same direction or flat to the card. I'm letting it do its thing. If it wants to curl, it's going to curl.
Tina, about how tight are you pulling your stitches?
It's pretty taut. It's holding it on there. It's not loose. So I think the weaving is going to be a project that you will start now and will not be finished in the time that we have for this project. So what I will do is share, how to finish off this row, and then share how I like to add the different color layers to it, just to build a little bit of consistency and continuity to the weaving. And then I will also demonstrate on how I finished off this edge here. So it kind of hides the edge of the chipboard piece and really finishes off that rounded corner really nice, because it'll take a bit to go through the weaving here. So kind of just heads up. So I've got my first row done. You can see what the back side looks here. So I'm just going to go ahead and tie off my thread. So I usually just stick my needle through one of the previous stitches and make a knot. And then I do that a couple of times just to make sure that's really secure. And this is all going to be hidden with the other piece, so it really doesn't matter how messy it gets. And then trim that off. Now you will have to trim off these edges, because if you went to put this in your tray right now, it's going to kind of catch on the bottom of your tray. You could leave them a little bit longer, but these are way too long. It's going to kind of drag on the bottom of the tray. So I like to trim them off so they're fairly even with the bottom of the card. And then that's my first row. How's everybody doing on the first row? Good?
It's the coolest thing. I just love it.
Good. I'm actually doing a DD trend, and I'm crisscrossing my threads instead of straight across.
There you go. So since she brings that up, I forget. Okay, I'm gonna unspotlight you for just a second.
Yep.
Here is like a second rendition I did of this card. And so this is how Tina and I work. Like our creativity feeds off of each other, like just like a badass. And I loved stitching this so much that we have been chatting about, and I've been working on like an embroidery style card where it won't necessarily be in a rainbow shape, but you'll have all these little holes you can do more embroidery style stuff with. And then I also wanted to say, I'm really glad that Tina took this project and I didn't demo this because I've already stabbed myself twice. So that's cool.
Can't take you anywhere.
I know. All right, you're spotlighted again. I'm also
All right.
admitting Carol's iPad. I'm not sure what that is happening there, but
I would love these in different shapes, just to agree with you.
right?
That's an idea. That is an idea. So what I like to do, and you'll see it on this one here. So my favorite color on this one was this pinky purple. So I repeated it a couple of times on my weaving. And then the other one that I repeated, this was actually a paper yarn. So kind of what DeeDee said, this is a yarn that actually is paper. So I have this row, and this row. So I always like to use one of them at least 3 times, and then the other ones are a couple of times. Again, it just kind of flows nice. It looks nice on the eye. Your eye kind of draws across the rainbow piece. So what I'm going to do for this is take another strip of this color, and for my next row, you can skip. So we've done the first 2 rows. You can go to the 3rd and the 4th set of holes, or you can go to the 4th and the 5th set of holes, or whatever you want. So just kind of work in sets of 2 as you're doing this weaving. And then when you get your card done, and this is where it's going to be hard to show because my card isn't finished either. What I like to do, and it's easy to demonstrate, so I think I'll try to work hard or work fast here so I can at least show it to you here in a little bit, is go in the in-betweens. And what I mean by that is add a thin piece of fabric on the in-between side. So I am coming and adding yet another layer in here. So it gets really chunky and really fibrous. But first, go ahead and just fill up your card. So like this next one, I'm going to probably skip a row, and I'm going to go to the 3rd or the 4th and the 5th set, and I'm going to use those as my guide to do this next one. And then I'm probably going to finish it off on the inside because I really love this color. So I'm going to do it 3 times on my weaving. So I'm going to let you all just kind of keep working away. So I don't know if I'll be talking a ton.
I know. Do you want to, I don't know how appropriate this is. Do you want to put Alexa on? Like that seems kind of weird because I would think maybe everyone would choose their own music if we're not chatting, or I don't know.
I don't know. What do you all want? You like the quiet concentrate?
The quiet would please me.
Quiet? Okay. I'm okay with quiet.
But I'm not the boss here, so that's just my thinking.
No, it's no sweat. So that way, if we want to say something, we can chat, and then, but she's going to give you a few minutes to work on your weaving. If you want to mute and turn on your own music, you're more than welcome. Just kind of try to pay a little bit of attention when she comes back with some more instructions.
Yeah, this is one of those projects that it's not complicated. It just takes a little bit, and you kind of get in the zone too. I don't know about you, but I've been really, really into stitching lately. I mean, I've always loved to sew, you know, when I was pregnant, I made all my own maternity clothes. Like I've always been a sewer. But lately I've been into a lot of slow stitching and doing a lot of just fabric books where I'm, stitching at night. I love listening to quiet where all I hear are birds singing and the wind blowing. That is like such a peaceful feeling to me after working all day long.
Yeah.
So I'm totally happy with the silence.
Tina.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's Debbie. I'm actually using some yarns and they're a little bit thinner. So provided the needle fits, can I double up? Yep.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep. It sometimes is nice to kind of vary the chunkiness. So if you have thinner ones, like the yarn that came in the kit, you know, there are parts of it that's fat and there's parts that it's not, which I kind of like that variety. But on here, there is definitely really thick fabrics and then there's really thin ones. And it just adds a lot of visual variety to it. And I like to do that too.
Let's see, hold on, sorry. Sally says she wouldn't mind hearing more about our dye pot class.
Okay.
Want to talk about that while you stitch?
Sure. So Mad Matter, and I'll tell you right now, it's an obsession. And again, you'll hear a little bit about the other part of Index tomorrow, but so Mad Matter came out of both of our love of just making our own mixed media products, fabrics, papers, in a variety of colors. I think there's something about doing it yourself, but with dye pot dyeing, it can get kind of toxic. If you look at a lot of the stuff that you were to buy off the shelf, a lot of dyes can be very toxic. So when DeeDee and I were talking about this initially, we wanted to, look at it from a more natural perspective and make it really for the mixed media artists, because there are a lot of dye pot artists out there that do it, for clothing and things that are meant to be light, fast, and, really last for a long time, where, from an artist perspective, sometimes that doesn't really matter to us. And so we kind of started looking at things that were in our kitchen, things that were in our spice cabinets, things like that, that would be more natural and not necessarily toxic, and started playing around to see, what dyes well, what types of substrates and fabrics and papers dye and how they vary in dyeing. And then how you can even modify and change the color of a dye pot just by adding, again, household things. And it's like a science project, which I went, to be completely honest, I went through 2 years of college to be a vet. So science is my background, which is kind of very against being creative in a way. So that was kind of right up my alley, being, like with the lab coat on and everything. So when you start getting into it, because there's so much experimentation, you kind of go down this black hole. So a couple of weekends ago, we were doing some stuff for the thing that we're going to talk about tomorrow. And, it doesn't matter if I haven't done dye pots for several months or I've done them last weekend. I just want to keep doing it and I want to try the next thing. So Mad Matter walks you through and gives a very detailed instruction on the different types of materials you can use to dye with and different results that you might get from those materials, the different types of dye mediums, like the different types of dyes that you can use that are in your kitchen or in your spice cabinet, and then how to modify those. And then as part of the workshop, we also share projects on what you can do with all these, beautiful things that you've dyed and all the beautiful colors that you've made. I don't know, DeeDee, if you want to add to that.
No, I think you nailed it. We have a handful of people in this workshop that have actually either taken our in-person Mad Matter workshop, have taken our online version, and or been to both. So, it is a lot. So Sally says it sounds like a lot of information, and let me say that yes, it absolutely is a lot of information. There's a lot that goes into it, but we have hit all the points that are important. We make sure that we explain it really well. And we also give you the building blocks to grow and expand as a dyer on your own. So like, you don't have to follow every little thing we do step by step, but we give you all these pointers and tips and tricks where you can go and make your dye pot experience your own experimentation. We called it Mad Matter Lab because it really was like we were scientists in a lab with just stuff to have fun and try out. And we did find ways and made ways that, again, that whole non-toxic, like we wanted it to be safe. It's also like just another tool in your tool belt. So neither of us are professional dyers, you know, being hired by so-and-so to make a huge lot of fabric for their next big whatever coat release. But we have all the basics down and we have experimented on our own, and we've just really presented it in a way that makes it accessible for everybody.
Did that answer the question? Is there anything else you wanted to know?
Or how, and not, I won't name names, so nobody has to feel like they're on the spot, but a couple of the gals who are in here, do you feel like talking about your experiences with Mad Matter? Sally says she's ready.
Is this something that's going to take over my whole kitchen and dining room? And can I do it in the house in small things?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. You know, I think I've held off all the time because I've watched these women do it outside, do this eco dyeing outside, and they're nuts. I mean,
yeah,
I'd be dyeing the whole house at that point.
Eco dyeing is a little bit different. So I have done a lot of eco dyeing, and that's where you're using leaves primarily to create an imprint of that leaf. And that can get a little, like, I know a lot of times when I do it, it is in the kitchen, or I do actually in the garage, because the fumes, because a lot of times I use eucalyptus, which is an amazing item to eco dye, and that smell is not good. That's not something you want to be smelling. So even with the dye pot dyeing, we recommend that, you know, if you're in the stove and you're doing it on the stove, you have ventilation, you know, even though these are non-toxic, you don't want to be, you have to be proper, you know, handle it properly and have proper ventilation regardless of what you're doing.
Okay.
And I can add to that. I actually enrolled in the online one, and I did it all in my kitchen with my range hood fan on, you know, to be safe. I've got dogs that I'm really, a 14-year-old border collie, by the way. So yeah, that I'm really more cautious about them than I am myself. And I'm fortunate enough to have an outside refrigerator. And so I went to my local grocery store and bought containers that were different than anything else I had. So I knew specifically what those were being used for. And I didn't encounter any problems at all and got some really nice results.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
On yarn, I use organic cotton yarn, cloth, just, you know, and not all of it was great, but it was fun to, yeah.
And we do, we go over all that. So we like what's dyeable, what to dye with, how to get different results, resisting, how to get specific colors. I mean, it's a lot of information, and it's presented in a nice format too. Like, you know, I feel like the website's easily navigatable. Michelle Lacar says it's a really fun class. She did it in person and she didn't find it to be nerdy or classroomish. It wasn't too much information. It was info and then like hands-on and doing stuff at the same time. So we haven't had an in-person one in a while. On top of everything else, we've had some fun new ideas we've been implementing. Index being our most recent one. Right before Indexed, we did some Junkers cabinet style stuff. We actually have a Junkers cabinet workshop in the fall, in November. You can find information about that on both of our websites. We don't have any Mad Matter in person scheduled right now. I think we were both a little heartbroken because our last one was going to be in Iceland and we had to cancel it because of COVID. Of course, it was like right at the beginning. So that was unfortunate, but that doesn't mean there won't be more. We just have a lot going on. So right now, Mad Matter is available online though.
I really like it online because I have to refer back to it frequently. And I'm sure if you took good notes in a live workshop, that wouldn't be the case. But because, you know, things that didn't particularly appeal to me then appeal to me now.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, we added some additional content to it. Oh my gosh, I can't remember now when that was.
It was the beginning of this year.
Yeah, so we showed some just additional like tips and techniques on how to just even, you know, make it even cooler than it already is with some resist techniques and, you know, different ideas on even folding paper. I mean, you get different results with, you know, folding paper in different ways. So there is a lot of content.
A lot of content, yeah.
And we're also not saying that there won't be more content in the future. This year we had fun trying to achieve the Pantone color of the year. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it was also kind of a shit show, but it was fun.
Yeah, my kitchen was a hot mess that day. Like we both and I think it's something that we're going to try to do every year with a new Pantone color, see if we can replicate it with our dye pots. But my kitchen was like a war zone because I was like, nope, this dye pot's not close enough. Let's try again. Let's do this.
We were pretty confident in our purples. So in case you missed the news, which was everywhere at the beginning of the year, the Pantone color of the year is very Perry. It's like a periwinkle purple. It's a more purple than blue, but man, it is a crazy color. And we were fairly confident in our ability to achieve purples, but it was one, getting it that light, and two, having it just be that like perfect tone. So, I mean, it was fun and we did get really close in the end and we have some really crazy results for a bunch of different purples. So it was fun.
Yeah, because it had a blue tone to it. So it was like a purpley blue, but
Yeah.
not like in a purpley blueberry purpley blue. Like
Right.
An iris blue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very iris blue. Yeah.
So we were mixing all kinds of dye stuffs together to try to get to that color.
Yeah. And we must go over, there's probably 24 of our favorite dyes, accessible dyes. So it's a good time, I'm not gonna lie.
I have a quick question about the weaving.
Yep.
For the second row, could you go ahead and use the second hole for your first hole on the second row? Does that make sense?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
So it kind of
Okay.
depends on what you want to do. So you could go second hole to third hole and add
Yeah,
that,
okay.
or you could skip a hole. Yeah.
If you're gonna make 20 of them for Christmas gifts, you skip a hole.
You use really fat fabric and you skip a bunch of holes.
Oh.
These would be actually really amazing ornaments.
Oh, they would.
Or you could make a Christmas ornament shaped one.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Okay, gumdrop.
You taking notes, DeeDee? Oh, she must have stepped away.
Kelly Mae Krenz had a class this last year that she used some gumdrops in.
I'm sorry, I had to step away for a second, but did you see Sally asked, how do you work together from such a distance?
We're on the phone almost every day. And we always laugh too, because there's a 3-hour difference between us. So when I wake up in the morning, I have text messages from her. And when she gets up in the morning, she's got messages from me.
Yeah.
We're on the phone a lot. We video chat a lot. DeeDee's come out here. So when we actually filmed Mad Matter, she flew out here and we did it all from my house. That's where Junker's cabinet is going to be. My basement is a furnished studio, so we do teaching down there. So I'm completely set up in my house to do a lot of that. So she comes out here. I have flown to Vegas. We did a Mad Matter in person in Vegas, so I flew out there.
Yeah, we mail stuff back and forth. That seems to help, like when we're prototyping and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, really with technology, it's a lot easier than it would seem, but we definitely have been and do need to be in the same room for some of our best stuff. That's for sure. But it helps that we usually have at least one workshop together in person a year. And then, we always have at least an extra day for just the two of us to do some brainstorming or even just hanging out and staying normal friends on top of our working relationship. So Janine says, note to self, don't use metallic embroidery thread again. It looks great, but it's impossible to thread the needle.
I agree, Janine. I have not found a really good gold metallic thread that doesn't do that. It constantly tangles on itself.
I like the brand Crank.
Yeah.
Wait, is that it? No, that's the pen. Shoot, now I won't be able to think of it.
Yeah, if anyone has any suggestions.
Krynic, that's it. Krynic.
Can you put that in the chat how it's spelled?
I can try.
I've got a great thread.
So DeeDee is coming out here. We have, and this is actually the first one we've had since COVID, but every Labor Day, I have a Labor Day soiree at my house, and Michelle, who's on too, she's coming out. This is the first year DeeDee's been part of it, but we're going to take advantage of being together that weekend to do some filming for the thing that goes to be unmentioned that we're going to talk about tomorrow.
Were you talking about tomorrow? I had to let my doggy outside.
I was talking about you're coming out for Labor Day soiree, and we're going to be doing some filming while you're here for the not mentioned thing we're going to talk about tomorrow.
Oh yeah, we need to probably get on that plan a little bit.
So if everyone can maybe just give a quick heads up. So as you're filling up your weaving, and this is kind of where I was talking about, you can kind of go in between the rows. So I had skipped this inner row of holes, but I can actually add 2 different fibers in here and not just one. So the first go around, let me kind of move this here. You can see I am adding this yarn and I'm coming up through the hole that I've not used yet. So this 3rd hole, and I'm coming into the 2nd one. I can go in with another thin yarn and come up again in that 3rd hole and come back out in the 4th. So where there really is just this one set of holes, I can add 2 different fibers into that hole. So then you just start building the layers and you can get all of this chunkiness in your weaving. So you don't have to just use, one row to the next row. You can add kind of two sets of fibers through one hole. Does that make sense? Did that explanation even make sense?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. when I get done with this one, I'm gonna show you just how I finish off the outer edge, just so I don't forget, and I want to be able to show that to you. But let me finish this one row and then we'll do that. What's Gabe doing today, DeeDee?
Well, he starts school on Tuesday, so he's getting in like every last little minute of virtual reality that he can.
Aw, poor kid.
We've been playing this game. It's virtual, by the way, like virtual reality headsets are way better than I thought they would be. Like, he's a video gamer in general, but this kind of goes back to like DDR days. Like, he moves with a virtual reality headset. He's like dancing and jumping. Like, it's so good. Like, if you have an immovable kid, like a kid that just hangs out and could maybe use some extra exercise, I totally recommend getting a virtual headset because it's awesome. He's always out there jumping around and shaking the house. But we've been playing this game that's kind of like an escape room, and he's been enjoying that. So that's what he's doing today. I can feel the house shaking. I'm surprised he hasn't come in here yet. He's been doing good. I heard the microwave, so he got his own lunch, so that was good. It is his first year in middle school.
That's when all the emotions start.
I know, I'm a little bit nervous. I saw all his kids all the kids he's going to school with at his open house. And this is like when they find out who they are, right?
Yep.
Yep.
I have two boys that are now in their 20s, but for both of them, middle school was the most brutal period of anything.
Great.
Because all the friends from elementary start to go their own way.
Yeah.
And at least at my kids' school, there was a lot of bullying. But high school was much better because by then they're starting to find their people and their groups and their, whatever their hobbies are. But for some reason, middle school, people are just jerks.
They are.
Yeah, he's entering that age too, when you look at your kids and go, who the hell are you? Like, what did you do with my kid? Bring him back.
It's so sad. My son told me I wasn't allowed to hug him at school drop off anymore.
No.
Because the other kids would see.
Yeah.
So they become very aware of everything.
I taught 7th grade for like 28 years. I loved it. That's why I taught it for so long. I just thought it was such a blend of child and adult. And that was one of my favorite things about it from a teacher's point of view. Of course, it's different when you are responsible for everything about a child compared to just their part of their education. But I loved middle school as a teacher, and I loved 7th grade just so much. So good luck to your kids, whatever grade, but especially the middle school kids.
Thank you so much. I've got high hopes. So here's to a good year.
Yeah.
All right, I've got 10 minutes, so I'm going to show you how to finish off the top part of the weaving because it's going to be just a slightly different stitch. And then also too, so I don't know if you can notice on this one. So you see this open space that's right here? Is everyone looking up?
Yep.
This is smaller than this space here, right? So there is nothing that would stop you from adding more rows in here. And I will tell you, like I said earlier, you can take a normal hole punch and punch through this chipboard like easy peasy. I have I think this is an 1/8 inch hole punch that again, I've had forever. You know what? We'll just do it on here.
16.
Like, that's how easy it is to hole punch. It goes through so easy, and those holes are, similar in size. So just, write, with your pencil, maybe mark some circles, but if you want to fill this whole space in, feel free. Go ahead and mark where your holes are, either hole punch them or you can use an awl and poke through it because it's going to get covered up anyway. And you can fill this whole space in with weaving if you want to. All right. So take whatever fiber you want for the outside. I'm going to use this t-shirt ribbon because I just freaking love it so much. And it's going to go with all the colors that I have in my box. Same thing, get your thread, knot it on the end, take your fiber. And now what you're going to do is this outermost set of holes, it's going to be what you're stitching against, but you're going to be wrapping around the outside of this piece. So start with your fabric like you did before, come in through that outer hole on one side of the fabric, and then go around the edge and come back in that hole. And that's the first one. So then come back through the hole. I'm going to go in through the front. And then wrap it around and then go back in through the front. So it's in the back, come back through the front. If I can find my hole.
I've got to ask Tina, did you do hooked rugs?
I've done a few of them in my lifetime, probably when I was a teenager.
Yeah, I thought maybe.
There's probably not anything I've not tried at least once.
Yep.
So just keep going all the way around. So this stitch, second, I got it tangled up here. It's kind of like a blanket stitch, but not really. But it's going to be angled. So these other ones are a little bit straighter. This one's kind of angled because of how I'm coming in from the outside going in. And when I hold the fabric, I kind of wrap it around the edge a little bit, but as long as you have it up to the edge, it really does hide that edge. And I just think it finishes it off really nice.
DeeDee, are you still there?
Yeah.
And did you say we cannot buy more of these cards until October 1st?
Right.
Oh my. I'm already addicted.
They are really fabulous, aren't
They're
they?
awesome. They're awesome. Love it.
So when you get done with all of the weaving on your card, take your back of your card, finish it off however you want. Like I said, you can collage on here, you can paint on here, you could add tissue on here, you could draw on here if you're, if you really like florals or something else, you could paint and draw on the back of it. And then I just glue these two together. To glue these together, I would probably use Fabri-Tac. I think that would hold these two together really, really nice. You could also use a gel medium, something of a little bit thicker substance to hold these really thick, heavy pieces together. And then what I would also do is recommend putting it under a set of weights until it really can adhere together, because you do have a lot of texture back here. And sometimes when you have that, the glue really needs to kind of be smushed together. That's the official word. And for that adhesive to dry. So again, use Fabri-Tac, use gel medium, decorate the backside however you want. And then just like with the other pieces, so you have this edge that's going to be back here. You can go ahead and paint it before you glue it on. You know, if you like the white, depending on what you do back here, or if you collage on it, you can collage over the edge. So you've covered up this edge. But just, you know, pay attention to these small details because it's such a dimensional sort of thing. That's really important. And then the other thing, when you are gluing these together, make sure these holes are lined up, because the last thing you want is to have that glue together and it to be crooked like this and not go in your tray. And that is all for the weaving. Is anyone done? No? What? Who's laughing? Was that you?
Me, I muted everyone else.
Oh.
Well, look, okay, so here's, I wanted to, well, maybe I should wait. No, I'm gonna show you. Okay. I'm gonna unspotlight you. I wanted to try, like I was thinking about this for a little while, having French knots that go all the way around each row.
Yep.
And so this is something just in general design wise, one, maybe for us to keep in mind, but two, for everyone who's out there weaving, you don't have to use every hole either.
Right.
So I put, these two are probably too close together. It's the first and the second hole from the outside, but I'm losing a whole row of French knots where my fabric is folding over. I love the idea, and I think the aesthetic can still be really nice in the end, but unless you're actually like over here, basically thumbing the crap out of it, you're not going to see some of them. So I maybe should have gone every other one, but still
I
very
like
cool.
those. I like them. And actually, it makes me think too, if you want something even more interactive, as you're stitching, stitch beads on here, stitch little charms, and then they can dangle off of your weaving.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, before you go through the hole, just string on a bead onto your thing, and then you have, you know, even more dimension to your piece.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Sally, is that a question or a suggestion? I keep letting people in.
Glue
A
the
suggestion.
to the backing.
Oh, like if you glue your back on and you wrap your top fabric all the way around.
Actually, one way to do that, DeeDee, you would have the back piece have a row of holes on the top, and then you could stitch right through and you could stitch them together.
Right? I was thinking about that as you were talking about gluing them together.
Yeah.
Oh, she says, so the French knots, so that I can see the top layer of French knots. Yeah, that's a good idea. So how are you guys feeling about the weaving in general? If I look at the schedule, there is a half-hour lunch break from now until a quarter till. So, you know, it's up to you. You can stitch the rest of the day if you want. Tina, well, real quick, Tina, was there anything else you wanted to mention? I was just going to stop the recording so there wasn't a half hour of dead space.
There is not, because the other thing that we have to prep for, I'm looking at the time here. The last thing that really is prep is the crackle, and that you have to let dry. And I'm just,
So I don't think my card is going to take the whole hour 15 at the end of the day. So right before we're done and say goodnight, we can do the crackle then.
Yeah, let's do that because then that gives it all night to dry because you can't do that unless the crackle's completely dried and cracked. So I'd like to get that just prepped for tomorrow.
You got it. Okay, I'm going to make a note at the end of the day so we don't forget.
All right, so we have until 1:45 Pacific time or 4:45 Eastern time as kind of another break, or you can keep working and finish your weaving, or if you didn't finish your pocket, finish your pocket. And then at 4:45, DeeDee is going to start with her second project. That will take us till the end of the day. And then, like we just said, we'll do one more prep step for one of the projects for tomorrow.
All right. Let's pause. There we go. Okay, so I know that you're all very excited and want to keep weaving, but please look up this way. We're going to work on our last card. And I think if I kind of get through it maybe a little quickly, you can get back to weaving it, right? And really you kind of have the whole evening until we get back tomorrow. But we're going to work on this card here. So you need to pull out, this is 1/2 of the Grow Wild set. Please pull this piece out. It looks like vines kind of growing up, leafy stuff.
I was just using that stencil.
What?
I was just using that stencil.
The wheat stencil, it's my favorite. Nancy Johnston so kindly reminded me a couple weeks ago that that's not what wheat looks like. I said, oh yes, I know, but it makes it easily recognizable if I say wheat, the wheat stencil. People know what I'm talking about. So I did turn the wheat stencil into this fabulous card, and it does come in a 2 set. It's like a big Grow Wild that goes with it, so it's very cool. But get this guy out. Get out your last spine. It's kind of crazy, like we've used almost all the chipboard now. Last spine, you're going to want this beautiful polka dot sari that Tina supplied us with. Go ahead and get that out. I very specifically put on the list a zig 2-way glue. I'm going to show you one of my absolute favorite gold foil techniques today. So if you have this pen, get it out. If you don't, there are alternatives. They're just not as specific. And by that, I mean, it's just a little messier if you use a different kind of glue. But we'll talk about those when we get to it. Please get out your gold leaf / gold foil / really whatever foil. It comes in so many different colors. You can use whatever you want. The spine, that. And then, so in the digital kit, the digital portion, there are these 2 envelopes. You can get these out and use these, and we can make an envelope out of them. I unfortunately did not have enough actual vintage envelopes to share in your kit, but if you have one, this is another pocket style piece. I'm going to show you how to make a pocket out of these using like beautiful scanned images, but if you have one, an actual one in your possession, you're more than welcome to use that as well. You just will not have to pay exactly 100% attention to the next couple steps. And then this pocket, this tag was also scanned in, and my printer printed it a little extra yellow, but this is another one of the pieces from Mad Matter. So that's why we thought, after Tina and I got done and we realized how much of our Mad Matter stuff we used in this project, we thought we better give them a coupon code in case they're interested in taking that workshop. We dye anything and everything and use it in all our projects. Seriously, we love it. So this tag here has been dyed in Mad Matter, and this is the tag that goes in this letter envelope. But you could put, again, a million things in here and it would be just fine. So get these out, get out your zig 2-way glue or other, which we'll talk about. Your polka dot ribbon, any sort of extra fibers you might have close at hand that you haven't used yet. Tina, are you there?
I am.
Is there anything that we should not be using out of your fibers, or are you done with those?
I'm done with those.
Okay. So if there's like the feed cloth sack, if they want to use some of that, they can.
Yep.
Okay. And so if you have any of this left, you can use that. You can use the 2-inch sari, and or anything that you have that will lend itself to your colorway, your color scheme, or the theme that's happening in your project. All right. So the first thing I'm gonna do, we're gonna get to this in a minute, is demo this gold leaf. And let me I have to see where I set mine. Oops, sorry. I only have so much space in here. I'm not sure how it's possible that I've misplaced something. Oh, there it is. Okay. It was on my bed. Okay. I really prefer, oh, and so in the supply list where links were possible, we gave you guys links, not because we think you need to use exactly what we use. Again, we are not those type of people, but sometimes people really do want to use the same thing we use, so then we provide a link just in case. This is Mona Lisa foil by Speedball. Is it Speedball? I think it's Speedball. And it is my favorite. The color, the sheen, the way it lays down, it's just so top notch. I've used it for a very long time. I've purchased other gold foils or gold leafing, and I don't love them the same, although they do all work. And then of course, this is gold, but there's copper and silver and all kinds of colors. I'm going to apply my glue in a polka dot pattern and then apply the gold leaf to the glue. You don't have to do a polka dot. You can do handwriting. You can do lines. You can not do it at all. I'm going to use a glue and then gold leafing, but another option would be a gold leaf pen. You could skip a step and just use a liquid gold leaf directly from a pen. It would do something very similar. I just like this process. Again, this is how I'm doing it, how I do it. I'm sharing it with you, and you can, take it or leave it. So there are definitely more than one way to do most things. But this pen, it is the same 2-way zig glue that we used this morning. It's going to work exactly the same. I'm going to prime my pen. Oh, and a dry paintbrush. You want a dry paintbrush. Here we go. And a little bit stiffer is better. So originally this was a soft bristle brush, but it's old and crusty, so it works perfectly for this. So a dry brush, and then you're going to prime your pen and you're going to make whatever sort of marks or patterns you want. And see how you can see the glue? It's like legit a blue puddle. That's what we want. We want a good amount of glue. Not so much that it runs, but just so we can see where it's going. And more importantly, we're going to want to see when it's dry. So if we use this now, it will seep out and create kind of a smooshed, gross effect. But we're going to make these little dots and droplets, and then we're going to wait for them to turn clear. And this is more along the lines of what I was talking about earlier, where this is a 2-way glue. If you use it wet, it's permanent. But if you let it dry, and I use that in quotes because it doesn't actually dry, it gets tacky, then you can stick things to it like gold foil or gold leaf. If I were to put the gold leaf down right now as it's wet, it will just smush out and we won't get like nice little fun drops. But I'm going to let it dry and get tacky. It turns into sort of like, kind of like rubber cement or like a little gel. And then it holds its shape and I can smush my gold leaf down onto it. And you can get as wild and crazy with this pattern as you want.
Hey, Dee Dee, can you mute everyone? I don't know if anyone else, but I'm getting a weird feedback because I think those that are, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Let's see. Here's one. Here's one. There we go. That should be everybody. Okay. So you can see in some of these areas where my glue is not as thick, they've already started to turn clear, like this one at the top and these here, and then some in the middle. So I'm just going to set that to the side now. I don't want to chance it at all. I legit just want all of those to dry and become their repositionable. So even though they're repositionable, quote unquote, because I'm letting the glue dry before I use it in its adhesive capacity, it's going to be permanent. Like, it's fine. It's not the same as if I were gluing paper to paper or anything like that. So I'm going to set that to the side and let that get tacky. Christina says she's done the same thing with a hot glue gun. That's cool. That'd be great too. Damn. Sorry. And then I'm going to trim out my letters. So again, if you have an actual envelope, a vintage envelope, anything that makes you happy that's already in an envelope shape or size, or even some other pocket style, you're more than welcome to use that. But you do have these two fabulous envelopes provided in the digital download.
Dee Dee, does it have to be a certain size?
It does not. So, I mean, okay, it shouldn't be bigger than our card. So good question. These are, what did we say? 4 inches wide. So don't go wider than 4 inches. But the length is up to you. I know that Tina kept some of the stuff in her box a little shorter, but I got kind of ballsy, and let me show you this one. Like, I like mine to be really tall and over the top. So this is the one I kind of sneaked a bit earlier, but like, look how big this card is. It's one of Tina's index cards, her new printed chipboard ones, and it's like 6 inches tall. So no wider than 4 inches, but it can get as tall as you're willing to get gutsy. What do you think?
I have this envelope. Can you see?
Yeah. Ooh, that's cool.
It's a smidge wider, so it's not too much wider, but it's tall, and I don't want to cut the top off, so it doesn't, I mean, I can leave it tall. And it's really vintage because it's got some holes over here. Is that going to matter?
It shouldn't, but maybe, are there holes on the bottom, like where you'll glue it to the chipboard? Maybe you wrap it with washi tape where it's really fragile.
Where I can't, like, these are going to go sandwiched in between the two,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
I would put washi tape there just so that, because we're going to glue to the front and the back, so you don't want it to separate.
Okay.
Where yeah. Great questions. Feel free to bust in if you guys got questions. Okay. So these ones are, well, mine are going to look like vintage envelopes. But if you have one, especially a really beautiful one like that one Michelle has, you help yourselves. So I cut these out on the like the shapes that they are in the digital format, in the digital download. They're not the same because I scanned actual vintage envelopes. So what I'm going to do is glue. I'm going to match them at the top, and I'm going to glue along the bottom because I'm creating a pocket. So if you have double-sided tape or whatever glue makes you happy here, we're just doing about 1/8 of an inch of gluing. We're going to create that pocket where they touch together at the bottom, but leave the top open and the middle open, so it's an actual pocket. Okay. Well, and then I can trim down the second envelope to match the first envelope size. And you can use a paper trimmer if you want, but this is one of those times where I really love like the outside sort of battered and torn and just vintage effect and aging that happens naturally on papers. So I am going around the actual outside of the envelope. Like I like the very haphazard aged effects that it gets. So now I have these two envelopes, two fronts that look fabulous, and it's kind of like a little flapper. I'm going to go down this side and this side in between with a bead of glue. Just pull it back a little bit, prime my pen, and I'm not going to go across the top or down the middle very far because I still want it to be a pocket and I want it to be open in the middle. And if you have any of your coffee left, like you could splatter a little coffee on this, like that would be great and help tie it into that piece that we're going to finish with Tina tomorrow. All right. And then, so now here's what my envelopes look like. And this is totally a pocket. Oh, if I could feed it, worth a damn. All right. So here's a pocket, stuff slides down in it because we only put glue on this edge, the bottom, and this edge. So the two sides and the bottom. Right. Then we can set that to the side and let that adhesive really take a minute. I'm going to give you a couple minutes here to sort of catch up with that. I'd be very interested to hear about your envelopes. Like I love seeing Michelle's, it's really pretty. Have you guys got any vintage envelopes you'll be using? Are you making this one? I wish we had been able to source enough. We tried really hard. I tried really hard to source enough handwritten envelopes, but it's hard to come up with 150 of these things.
A bunch from 53.
Yeah, 53 is okay. And then this technique of making a pocket, like it's so simple and easy. And I guess I didn't even realize until right now that both my projects are pocket based. But that's cool because you get two varieties for making pockets. You can use anything and everything, anything that you have in your stash that's beautiful paper, vintage paper, whatever you might have, and turn it into a really kick-ass pocket in one of your projects. They can go in books, journals, they can go on scrapbook pages, inside boxes, all kinds, inside Rolodex trays. I'll give you about 2 more minutes. Are you guys kind of caught up with me where I'm at? Let me switch to. It just occurred to me that I hadn't spotlighted either. So if you're watching the recording and it was a weird view for a little while, I'm really sorry. I got nothing. Okay, do you want to do a thumbs up if you're ready to move on, and a thumbs down if you want just like 2 more minutes? Oh, lots of thumbs up. Okay, perfect. Thank you. That works really well. Okay, so at this point, mine is dry and you can tell there's no more blue whatsoever. It just looks like kind of like little glossy accents, but they're tacky if you touch them, the little dots on my wheat. So I'm going to open up my gold leaf and I'm going for it, balls to the walls. One of the other things that Tina and I have in common, look guys, if you spent the money on the supplies, you should use the supplies, because in the end, the only thing that's going to happen is you're going to lose it or you're not going to use it. Or for God's sakes, if it's paint or wax or something, it dries out and you throw it away. What's worse? What's worse, right? Throwing it away because it's been ruined, or using it and then needing to replace it. I say using it, needing to replace it, because then you got to use it. So the reason I say that, my little PSA, is because we're going down straight. We're probably going to use the whole sheet, but don't be scared. Just do it. Okay. So I opened up my sheet. It's laying down. I've used all the ones before. I have my little, oops, my little wheat. It's sticky. And I'm gonna go right here. That looks good. And it's face down, it's sticky side down. And I will sort of close it and pull it away so that I still have half a sheet. And it's now sticking. And I'll use my fingers. Oh, a little bit came up. See, I can see that dot there. There, I'm just gonna cover that up with a little scrap. All right, and I'm gonna burnish. So burnishing is where you use the back of a spoon or the palm of your hand or your fingertips to really make good, like a good meeting point between two things. Usually it's used in printing, and it's between the paper and whatever printing mechanism you're using. In this case, it's between the chipboard and the gold foil, or the adhesive that we've applied to the chipboard and the gold foil. So I'm just going to kind of press it into place, let it really do its thing and start to marinate. And it's gonna stick where the polka dots are, and it's gonna not stick where the chipboard is smooth. So then you can see as I kind of keep going, the gold foil is releasing itself. At this point, I have a little bag, like a little plastic bag, that I'll save this for a different technique that I really like. But I'm going to get out my dry brush, and it is important that it's dry. And there's two reasons. One, because we're working with dry products, and two, because like this is paper based. So if we're coming in here and scrubbing around with a wet paintbrush, it could do things to our chipboard. I won't lie, this chipboard can take a lot of damage. It's really thick and sturdy, but it is still paper based. I don't want anybody to ever forget that. Like, it will absolutely eventually peel away if you use too much liquid on it. But I'm going to take my dry brush and I'm just going to scrub back and forth. And I'm not even being like gentle. I'm going to stop talking for a minute so you can hear it. Like, can you hear that? So I'm not going gingerly, but as I keep working it, it's going to start to reveal where the glue is and get these gorgeous little gold polka dots, or whatever design you decided to draw. So I chose the Zig glue pen because I can write with it, because I'm familiar with it. And I like the fact that it's a two-way glue. So I can either use it permanent or, like in this case, quote, repositionable, unquote. Though it's not repositionable. Like, you're not getting this gold foil up off that. It's just still that tacky. But if you didn't have this, you could make little marks with gel medium, with whatever, with a more sticky glue and not maybe such a liquid glue. The only thing is that with the pen, you can draw so easily, you can get the exact mark you want. It's like using a regular black pen. If you're using gel medium and say an X-Acto knife or a paintbrush, it won't be, it won't be exactly the same, and it's going to tend to smear. For this particular technique, I really do adore the two-way Zig pen. Okay. Well, how did they turn out?
I love this so much, DeeDee.
Okay, is that you, Tina?
That's me.
I'm gonna unspotlight, and then if you guys want to share yours real quick before we start like doing the other pieces, I would love.
It's such a small little detail, but it has such big impact. It looks so cool.
Right?
Yeah. And it's so easy, actually.
That's it. It's so easy. So that's the other thing. Like Tina and I, like, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just got to be having fun and good shit happens. Like Lynn Little Bald Eagle, I think you were trying to share yours, but you got to come off mute so that when you hold it up, you say something. I can unmute you.
I have a question on, I didn't know there was a right and wrong side to this gold leaf paper. Can you explain that again?
No, I don't. Is there a right and wrong side? I don't.
Yeah, I got
there
something
was
to
a
say about
sticky side.
that. I got something to say about that. My very first sheet had a clear piece of plastic on it that I didn't see. I couldn't tell. So I got a piece of plastic stuck to the glue and all of my foil came off. But you know, it didn't kill it because it's a piece of plastic. So you pull the piece of plastic off and put some more glue on it.
Yeah, and do it again, and it came out okay the second time?
Well, I'm still letting it dry.
Oh, right. Okay.
You absolutely cannot see that there is a piece of plastic here.
That is hilarious. Yeah, yeah, I have one also.
Same thing, same thing happened to me, but I just pulled it up off the plastic and laid it down on the gold.
Oh, that is.
I think
Wow.
Well, my plastic, I am no longer a foil virgin. It's like glitter. I have gold everywhere.
Okay, so for the record, all these little bits and pieces, put them in a bag.
Yeah.
Oh, just a plastic bag, and then you can brush. Yes, you can brush them onto other things. Like, yeah. So there is not a right and wrong way to the actual sheet once it's open. Okay. Once it's open. Okay.
I would suggest don't do it underneath the ceiling fan because I have gold bits everywhere. I've never used this before.
In your coffee, you know, so these are sheets. It comes in flakes too, and the flakes are even worse because they're already like this, and they get everywhere. Okay, Miss Lynn, you go ahead. Hold yours up and talk to it.
Okay. I don't know where my gold foil is. I have a bunch, so I use gold glitter. I don't think you can see it, but that's what I used on mine.
Oh,
because
that's
my
cool.
gold foil is somewhere. I'll have to for it after we finish today. But yeah, I used some gold glitter on there, some glass glitter.
That's a fabulous idea. What glue did you use? Did it work with the Zig glue?
I don't have that either, but I just used some of the transfer gel that you would normally use with the foil.
Oh yeah, nice.
It's kind of the same thing as your pen. It kind of dries clear, and then you put it on there, and you can't even see the glue now, just the glitter.
Perfect.
So that's what I used. It worked.
Good. Great.
DeeDee, I used mine, if you can see, it's got some blues and stuff in it.
Ooh.
So that does have a right side and wrong side.
Wow, look at that, Debbie.
That looks, put it back up there, Debbie. Oh, wait.
She has to talk. It's because we talk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. There.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
That is.
Yeah, so it's, like I said, it's got some, it's variegated sheets of gold leaf.
It's like
That's so
holographic.
cool. Yeah.
And I use a big box.
That's smart. With foil, so this is like, you know, there is a difference between gold leaf and gold foil, or leaf and foil. I don't know what the difference is. I'm here to tell you I dabble a little bit in all the things. There's probably one thing I might actually consider myself knowledgeable in, and that's chipboard. But as far as leaf versus foil goes, I got nothing. And there are so many companies out there, like now and in the past few years, who have expanded into foils. You can use anything. anything, and they come in big rolls, and you can get like, oh, Pamela says foil is thicker, and that does make sense actually, because I think you can use it on like cups and shirts and stuff.
You can actually cut it too with like a die cut or a punch or something like that.
Yeah,
it's
there
not like
you go.
it's not like aluminum foil thick, but it's, you know, much thicker
Yeah.
than these.
So some of them you can use like this with a wet glue. Some of them you have to use with like heat. I know that much, but there are options. I'm just saying there's always options, right? If you're willing to test and experiment, which is really what makes a mixed media artist, then we say the sky's the limit. We've been using that term a lot lately.
I think the irony, DeeDee, is that you've taken a delicate little flower and a delicate little dot, but you've used a decadent material on it, and it's blowing my mind. It's just
right.
It's awesome. Yeah.
I'm so glad you like it. It's my favorite, and I love gold leaf, and I use it on so much stuff, and it's just so great. Okay, whoops, damn it, I did it again. Okay, so we're really close to done, actually. We have a couple small details to do, and then we can glue stuff together. So the last thing I did to my chipboard before I glued my pieces together was tie on some little ribbons and bits and pieces. And I love things like this because this is like the penultimate opportunity to tie your whole box together. And I know it's a little bit early to be saying that, but you can use pieces, the same pieces that we used on this pocket. You can use tiny little scraps that are left over from your weaving. You can use, I love this polka dot sari that Tina had in her shop for a little while. So she was kind enough to have one skein left to divide amongst our group here. So I'll just tear this right down the middle, give it a little snip with my shitty kitchen scissors. There we go. And just whoop, right down the middle, and then it gets all these delicious tattered edges. And I would say like 3 to 4 inches is all you need, not a ton. So I'm going to use a couple pieces of this, maybe 3 of those. I know for sure that I'll be using, like I have kind of like a pile of stuff to finish my rainbow weaving with. I'll definitely be using some of these little twine pieces. So just little scraps that you have left over from the other projects in this box are what's really going to make the final look on this project, because you can use it to tie different cards together and to make it a more cohesive piece in the end, rather than a bunch of sort of small projects in a box that don't go together. We're kind of telling a story from the beginning of the box to the end of the box. And this card can really do that almost all on its own if you choose the right pieces to tie here. So I'm going to finish demoing this, but maybe if you're thinking ahead a little bit, you can do all the pieces that are required sans tying, and you can tie on maybe towards the end of tomorrow if you're still unsure of how your projects tomorrow may end up, or just go for it, right? So I have these 3 to 4 inch pieces. I haven't glued this to anything yet, and I'm going to take them and just wrap them around the stalks of the wheat, which I know is not wheat, Nancy. And just tie it in a little knot. And I'm trying to look, let's see. Yeah, I think I did tie an actual knot. So I tied it twice just to be sure, but you don't have to if you don't like that bulky knot sitting there, because we're going to glue it down to something. So, but there's 1, here's 2, and I stagger them so that they aren't all in the same line. They aren't all in the same row or all in the same column. And just tie them around these little stalks. There's 2, and it can get as full or you can leave it as barren as you like. They can be as long and dangly or as short and kind of sticky outy as you want. There's 4. And let's see, what do I think, oh, I think I'm gonna finish with a little bit of this blue. So this is the piece that I had first stitched onto my weaving. And I think that I just love the blue so much that I'm going to go ahead and pop this one in there. I think it's going to finish pulling everything together. I'm not 100% sure yet, but look at the variation on here. So just for the record, this is 100% from Mad Matter. So again, we wanted to pop that coupon code to you guys because we ended up using so much Mad Matter that we thought it would be kind of unfair to be like, look at all the cool stuff we have, especially when we couldn't always replicate it for you. But so I've got this piece of kind of Payne's gray blue goodness happening, and I'm going to tie a couple of those around this one, I think. And also here would be another place, like Tina mentioned in her weaving, if you wanted to tie little beads on and stitch, you know, you could stitch buttons and that kind of stuff. Like this would be another great place to do something along those lines. We're already tying stuff up. Like why not thread something onto the fibers while we're tying them? All right, and I want one more little blue one. Those of you that chose those beautiful, colorful saris, I'm really excited to see how your piece looks when you've tied all your bits on. But so here you go. Whoops, goodness gracious, sorry. It's kind of like an overgrown weed now. And then from here, it's gluing things together. So we'll glue this piece to this, which is now our pocket and an envelope on both sides. And we'll glue our spine to the back. I need to punch my holes though. And Tina, did we decide when you'll show that demo on making their own guide if they can't get a hold of the punch?
Let's do it right now. And that's because I actually have a situation where I can't punch through it because the punch won't go through it.
Okay, so let me finish this. I'm just punch through, and then I'm going to line up my chipboard with the holes that are there. And I'll glue this to this, and I'll glue my spine to the back because I wanted it to be really sturdy, and that's what the spines are for, to add stability to things. And then I'll slide a tag in the middle. And it'll be the tag that is in the digital download or any other beautiful tags you have or vintage ephemera that will fit right down in here. So that is the end of this card demo. We're going to let Tina demo her part. And then if you have any questions, we're here. Oh, let me unspotlight and spotlight you. Oh, I forgot to spotlight myself again. What is wrong with me? Okay, I don't know what happens if we don't spotlight when we're recording. Let me just say now, I am so sorry if I messed that up.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
All right, well, I'll be better tomorrow, and I didn't do it that much today, but a little bit. I'm gonna spotlight you while you do this demo, because I think it's really important.
Okay, so 2 things. Number 1, if you have the hole punch, this is a way to get through those things that you can't punch through. So as part of this thing for DeeDee's project, I actually backed it with a bingo card. So that's a lot thicker that this punch won't go through. And then I use one of the downloadables on the other side. So if you have the punch, what I always do is, try to line it up with the holes here. And then I don't know if you can see, there's marks here that I can use as a guide. If you don't have the hole punch, then take one of the cards, one of the plain cards, and do something similar where you're lining up the card here and mark where those holes would be. So like right here and right here. Then if you have a hole punch, so I actually have this other crocodile besides my big one. This one's nice because it has different sized holes in it. I like to go to the 1/4 inch size or the 3/16. The 1/4 inch for the top is a nice size because it really is wide enough to go on the runner. If you have a regular hole punch like this one, you might have to punch it a couple of times right next to each other to get the hole large enough. But so for example, I don't know if this is even going to show up on the camera. Can you see where I've lined up that hole, the circle that I did with my pencil? I've lined it up to the circle on here. And with these crocodiles, they seriously will go in like that. I could have done with my pinky.
I've never even seen that one.
Really? Yeah, this one, because, I use chipboard so much. This one is just like the big one, but you have all of the other holes. Now with the, the normal crocodile that you have to sit down and you can put very thick things through, this isn't as thick. So it has to be, fairly thin. So I'm going to punch the other one. So now you've got the holes where the top part would be. Now this is the tricky part, because if you make it just as wide as the edge of the circle or the diameter of the circle, it will not stay in the runner. It'll sit there, but it will be loose. So the trick is, and if you have to take a pencil to give yourself a guide, I would start with a thin piece. And if you have to make it wider, then make it wider. And then I just come in with my scissors. Then you have a piece kind of like that.
Nice.
And I'll do this one too. So let's see if this works. All right, so it's not quite wide enough here. It's not going on the runner, so I'm gonna widen this just a tad. And the left side is still tight. And then it goes right on there.
Fabulous.
So the top part, which fits really nice, is a 1/4 inch. So you either can use a crocodile or find a 1/4 inch punch. If you have a regular, just normal office supply hole punch, I don't know what that's probably 3/16 if I look at this. You might have to, see if I can get a piece of paper here. You might have to punch it once. Now that might be wide enough. But if it's not quite wide enough, just go to the right of it a little bit, just so you have a wider circle here. But that's how I've been able to add things that are either too thick for me to punch with the Heidi Swap punch, or I have the punch, so that's kind of a new point.
Well, and that's way better than what I do, because when mine is too thick to fit, I still use the punch and I outline it, and then I get out an X-Acto knife. And it is seriously a bitch. Like it is rough, like kind of using my little hands in there, but that's awesome. Thank you for sharing that, for real. So just while she was chatting, I did the gluing that we talked about. So I glued the wheat to the front of this, and then my spine at the bottom. I lined up the tracks, and then this is the tag from the digital printables. And again, if you have whatever else would be very cool to fit in here, but you also have this kick-ass tag. Norma says, can you please show today's projects? Of course. So I'll show the ones we finished on my side, and then we can see where we're at on Tina's. One of hers is maybe done or close to done, and then the other ones are work in progress. Look, I keep losing these little frames. There we go. Okay. Oh, and smacking the camera. All right, so here are the 2 cards that we finished on my side. Well, finished on my side today. And then Tina, you want to share yours?
Yep. So these are, and I'm still working on the one that DeeDee just shared. So this is the weaving that I shared, and then this was the first project from DeeDee. So you can totally see my color palette thing going here. So I'm still working on this, but it's coming together.
You should, like your color palette reminds me of like the Old West, with the dusty pink and like the brown, and I feel like you should put a cowgirl in your box.
That would be kind of cool. Some old boots.
Yeah, some old boots.
And so I also took your tag from the printable.
Oh, that is fantastic.
I put 2 of them back to back, so it looks like a real tag. And then I took some of my rub-on and put it on the top. So this rub-on's in my Etsy shop too, but because there's so much of that same vibe, it looks similar to the tissue paper, I just put that on the top of the tag, and that can go right in there.
That's fantastic. And seriously, like when we say this all the time, and we've said it so much, and I'm sorry if it seems so repetitive, but like, what do you have? Like, what's in your vintage stash? What tags do you have? What, you know, what little fibers and bits and pieces can you pull out? Like, we're totally down to see what you guys love to collect and want to put in your boxes as well. Oh, speaking of, so this absolutely is a workshop today and tomorrow. If you're going to share photos on your social media, etc., we just ask that you use those 2 hashtags that were in the email. Hashtag indexed workshop, hashtag indexed kit. So use those, and we'll be able to leave comments and share your stuff, and sort of just celebrate together the kick-assness that is these Rolodex boxes, because we can't stop talking about them.
I wanted to share this too, DeeDee. So, you know, I have this one bag of dye pot stuff. So this is this dye pot is cooch and cooch with soda. So that's how we got 2 different colors in this. But I pulled the feather out from it because it goes with my color palette. So the feather's going to go in a little envelope.
That's awesome.
Give me the feathers.
For real. So for the record, in this box, the things that have been dyed from Mad Matter, this tag, this gorgeous color, this subtleness in this, and this orange color, all from Mad Matter, this blue, this pinky purple, this gray, and this orange from Mad Matter. Like, we love dyeing stuff, you guys, so we love it. And you're going to see more of it later, soon, tomorrow. I'll say that, tomorrow. Actually, maybe I'll do a little sneak peek. Diana says, can I turn over the wheat so you can see what's on the back? Yeah, of course. I actually ended up gluing there's two different envelopes in the digital download. One, so you can choose if you want, but two, it just like Tina was saying, this is such a 3D project. We kind of care what the back looks like also. So I glued two envelope fronts together, and this is what the back looks like. Also, I think I'm running out of ink on the left-hand side. I don't know why it's on the left-hand side, but so I'm going to switch back to our faces in just 1 second, but so we can answer questions and get you guys through the last half hour, or maybe you want us to shut up so you can work.
Well,
But I want
DeeDee,
to
I need to share the one last
oh yeah, the crackle. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
wait to do this. You do the crackle, and then I wanted to show a little sneak peek. So you go. I'm so sorry. Look at you remembering and not me.
Well, here, just a second. I gotta make some room here. Sorry.
Okay.
All right. So the reason why we want to do this now is because in order for this here is what we're going to be doing. For it to work well, it really needs to dry, and preferably overnight. So take the two pieces that you painted, and that should be completely dry by now. And there's various different crackle pastes out there in the market, and I've used probably every single one of them because I love that cracked look. My latest favorite is actually this Finnabair texture paste, which is a clear crackle. I love the varying crackle effects, and I'll show you how you can apply the paste to get really teeny cracks and really wide cracks, and it works really well. It stays adhered to the substrate. So some crackles, in my experience, they lift. So after they start cracking, the cracked pieces start coming off from the substrate. And of course, that's not so good. So a lot of times you might have to put matte medium down to kind of glue everything back in place. But I have never had that problem with the Finnabair one. So that's kind of the one that I like to use. And it got like really dark right here.
Yeah.
Just a second. The sun is coming in the front window. I've got like a weird shadow.
There you go. Yeah, when you close the window, then everything else lightened up because your camera realized.
Yeah, that was like a little weird.
Maybe it's
so grab the crackle paste that you have. Grab a palette knife. I think a palette knife is the best way to apply a crackle paste, because if you put it with a brush, I find a lot of time with a paintbrush, you overwork it and then you don't actually apply it thick enough, because there is a sweet spot when you apply the crackle paste where it has to be thick enough for it to work.
Okay, we need this stuff. This and this. And a crack.
Everybody got your stuff out and ready? Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. And this poor little palette knife has been through everything. And you can see I'm not very good to my tools. Don't clean them up very much. But this is like my favorite one. I love the shape of it. And, there's every size, shape palette knife, and this is the one I use all the time. I have had it forever.
It looks like a frosting knife. Like it's got that great curved top.
Yeah, it's perfect and it's long. And I have another one that is, maybe a triangle shape, I guess, it's not exactly a triangle. And that one's nice if you have corners and stuff you want to get into, but I do like this one. So take a good dollop, just like you're icing something. Take a good dollop, and we'll start with this one because it'll be easier to apply it to. And I just start icing the card. And to get those varying levels of cracks. So if you can see right here, you can see I have a little bit of the paste here and it's really thick here. Areas that are real thick is where you're going to get those really large cracked areas. The areas that are thinner are where you're going to get the finer cracks in there. So don't overthink it. Really just apply it edge to edge. And if you don't overthink it, that's where you'll get the variety. If you sit and overthink how thick and how thin you're putting it on, you won't get that variety to the card. And that's it. Put it somewhere where it can dry. Make sure you kind of clean off the edges. And that one's done. For the frame, it just is a little bit trickier just because you have a thinner surface area here. So what I like to do is just grab a little bit on the palette knife and then just kind of gently add it around the edge. Now for this one, sometimes you might be heavy-handed because it's such a thin area. So just kind of work quickly. Make sure, again, you're taking it off the edges. You just don't want all those crusties on the edge. And apply it all the way around. And as this dries, you'll see it start cracking. It will, again, where DeeDee is, it'll probably dry really fast because it's so dry there. Here, it will take at my house, this will take hours to really dry and crack well.
Have you used Chroma Crackle?
I have some and I don't like it, but that's just me.
Well, it's exactly how you said, like it flakes off after it's dry.
Yep. Make sure you clean your palette knife off too. This is super sticky stuff, and it can get on everything. So just, give your palette knife a good wipe. What crackle paste is everyone using?
Dreamweaver.
Well, yeah,
Dreamweaver?
so that's what I was gonna say. Like, I have to go buy some Finnabair because I want a good crackle. I'm gonna unspotlight you so whoever's talking can come to the front.
They've discontinued the white crackle from Prima, so they still make the clear one.
Is she part of Prima anymore?
Yeah, yes, she is.
So this is the clear.
Well, no, yeah, I have the white one and you can't get it anymore because I really like the white one.
Well, she had the gold crackle too, and you can't find that anywhere either. Because like gold crackle to me was hands down the one I used all the time, and it was from Finnabair as well, but you can't find that either.
We tried to get the white crackle at the store and Prima said they discontinued it. So I'm just wondering if the clear is still, I'm gonna try to find it.
Well, this is the clear, so it's available because I just
did you just buy that or have you had it?
No, I just bought this one because I've been using it like crazy.
Oh, good. Okay, good. The Distress Crackle Paste, the translucent one is what I'm using. I'm gonna see if it's as good as the Prima.
I've never used any of Tim Holtz's. Has anyone else used any of Tim's?
You'll definitely have to report back tomorrow, Michelle. Lynn, don't forget. I think someone else wants to talk to you, but Lynn, don't forget to unmute. You have to unmute when you go to talk.
Michelle. I have Tim's Crackle Paste translucent and Crackle Paint.
Yes, I use the paint on my box here. So that is really thin, so it gives you little crackles.
Okay.
I'm gonna see because it's really thick, like the one that Tina was using. See? Oops.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Then I'll try the paste also.
And then Karen, you said you took the Chroma with Elmer's glue. That would help with it coming off, I think.
Yeah, I was in an assemblage class and they used to have us do that because we didn't want to wait 2 or 3 days for that stuff to finish drying.
Yeah.
And so it really helps it not come off, but also to crackle a lot faster than normal.
Yeah.
I'm digging that suggestion. I think that's what I'm going to try today. And then I can report back on that tomorrow.
You're going to try what?
Mixing Chroma Crackle with Elmer's glue.
Okay. Andrea, in the workshop I had with Andrea a couple weeks ago, she used just straight up Elmer's glue to crackle.
Wow.
I have seen that as well.
So the texture paste by Finnabair that's crackle in a copper would work? Would this work?
It would work. Yep.
Okay, because I have it in a copper color. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're gonna cover up anything that you painted, but then you're gonna have a copper
I'm
color, which would
behind.
be
I
nice.
haven't painted yet.
Oh, so that'd be perfect.
It'll save you a step.
Yep.
Yeah, might be kind of cool too.
I've used the Deco Art Crackle too, and that, if you want really fine, delicate lines, the Deco Art Crackle is that it works really well if you like that really fine, delicate crackle.
You can call me whatever you want to call me when I say this out loud, but I don't want to mess with two-step crackle.
No.
Oh, no.
I don't have time for that bullshit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is Deco Art a two-stepper?
No, they have a one step. The one that's two step is Paper Artsy. They have a two step, I think.
Okay.
No, Deco Art is single, one step.
I was going to ask Tina, did you paint that black underneath your crackle and then the crackle separated and you saw the black, or did you crackle and then stain it black?
Crackle, but we will do the next step tomorrow. So you'll get to see how I got to that. Yep.
Can we get a sneak peek of what we're doing for tomorrow?
Sure. So tomorrow, as part of the crackle, we're going to make one of these little window cards with the acetate pieces that are in the kit.
Cool.
So you can see this is the crackle here. You can see it on the back. Two different ways to do the same card. And then these little flip it books. So we're going to make these little books.
Okay.
So we're going to be able to paint with the stencil that was in the kit and use more fabric on. And this is another sample. So this is the piece of fabric that you put in coffee this morning. This is what's going to bind our little book together. And then here is another one. What?
What stencil?
There's a coneflower stencil in your kit.
Got it.
Okay. Whew, you had me nervous.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I've already
Thanks a lot,
appropriated that.
Nancy. Thanks a lot, Nancy. Now my business partner is like, what was I thinking?
No, I've already appropriated it, man. I'm using it.
And this is just another sample. So those are the two that I'm going to do tomorrow. And then DeeDee?
Yeah, so we are going to do a version of this tomorrow and a version of this. So these are like little fillers, and they're just the perfect friggin' way to like fill in empty spaces and add some more, again, personalization and customization to your box. So we do, both of these pieces are in the digital downloads, but I am going to highly suggest to you tomorrow and talk to you about other things that would make great pieces on here and encourage you to sort of dig in your own stash. But tomorrow, your two major projects are with Tina, and then it's a little filler project with me. Christina says, why do you use double layer of chipboard on the bottoms of the cards? So it depends on what card. This one is for stability because, and this is kind of what I was saying to Michelle earlier, these are vintage. This one was an actual vintage envelope and it gets fragile around the edges. So if it were just kind of raw and open on the back, it might tear. But by giving it a nice heavy front and a nice sturdy back, I know that this can now like go through the rigmarole. Like people can take it out, open it, pull stuff out of it, put it back in. I don't have any anxiety whatsoever of people touching this interactive piece now.
Okay.
I'm going to share one of my, as you're working through maybe some of these other pieces and projects tonight, if you do not have a sanding block, you need a sanding block. So I know that we've been adding tissue onto our chipboard pieces a lot. I know this would have been very difficult with the really intricate designs that DeeDee shared earlier. But if you have flat pieces like this, once again, like DeeDee said, it has to be completely dry for this to work. So once it's dry,
take the sanding block along the edges and it automatically removes any of the loose tissue paper or anything that you have on here. I go through these like crazy. This is like my sanding thing. Plus, I also like to like give it a good sand just across the surface because it ages it up and grunges it up. But if you don't use sanding blocks, you might want to grab one.
Are there any other questions about today, or do you have questions about what might be happening tomorrow? Just keep your kit and the rest of the items close at hand. Feel free to work, of course, through the evening, and we can have a quick little show and tell in the morning if you want, or we have reserved time specifically at the end of the day to have another discussion, have a show and tell, kind of share everything. And we want feedback too, get feedback from you guys. Okay, I'm gonna show one more sneak peek, and this goes back to the whole like Mad Matter, and where Tina was saying the Kutch, that was a dye source that we used, and we got 2 different colors. This is a sneak peek, and
Love it.
these 2, this is the same supply. This is the same dye source. Both of these were dyed with the exact same dye source.
Oh my God.
Okay. Oh, Janine says the pace has been great. She's not done, of course, because I think Janine doesn't ever finish anything. And I'm saying that with so much love, Janine, but she doesn't feel stressed. Janine came to Tina and my's first Junkers workshop. Debbie was there also, actually. And Janine is a friggin' hoot, I swear. She's very, very tall, very lanky, and she's a lot like me. She like lets you know how it is.
I was there too.
Yeah, say Michelle was there too.
I'm sorry. Of course Michelle was there.
I was at the very first Mad Matter too.
I know that one, man. Seriously, like you helped us knock some sense into that workshop. We were kind of like crazy Wild West cowboys on that first one.
A question, please.
Yes.
What supplies do we need to not play with that we can have for tomorrow, so I know what I can play with?
So
the ones tomorrow that you definitely don't want to touch yet are the acetate sheets. So the 2 little, you should have a couple of these in your kit, the Nordic flowers on these acetate sheets. That will be for one of the projects. I don't know, DeeDee, there's nothing else that I'm specifically using.
No, me either. I just need the 2, there should be 2 more cards, 2 more chipboard cards. They are, and actually, like, I think I sent one of the wrong ones, but it doesn't matter because you got more. So there should be a half card and I think a whole card left. It was supposed to be another half card, but it doesn't matter. It'll work the same. So these 2 cards, don't use those, but that's all I need for tomorrow.
And we painted a half and a spine and a half. We adjusted them, so we need those, right?
Yep.
Yes. You need those for Tina's projects tomorrow.
I'm gonna miss you all tomorrow.
Oh.
I have a family reunion that I can't get out of.
I think maybe you just don't leave the house. That's how you get out of it.
Yeah, I've tried just about everything at this point.
Oh, well, you'll catch the replay.
Yeah.
And use our hashtag and we'll be able to see and share and connect on Instagram, right?
Just not the same.
I know.
Ellen, you were exposed to COVID, so you got to stay home.
Oh, that would be good because this is old people. Older than me, as in older than I. Oh my gosh, that'd be hilarious.
Janine says you have to go to those things, get together when times are happy. So she's coming at it from the other side. She's saying you need to go.
Oh, definitely. My dad was one of 13 and there's only 2 left.
Holy
Yeah.
shit. That's a lot.
Yeah.
I saw one the other day though, that the family had 21 and I just couldn't believe it. 21. And they were all smiling even in the photo.
That's a lot of kids.
That's
That
insane.
is a lot of kids.
What about that grandbaby?
My grandbaby?
Yeah.
Well, who else would she be talking to?
No, I know where, I haven't seen
Me?
any pictures
I have a
lately.
2-year-old.
I of course almost every day I get videos of him and he's getting so chunky, he's getting all the baby rolls and he's starting to laugh and smile. Yeah, I can't believe I'm a grandma. It's crazy.
I'm Lolly. And my husband-
Lolly.
Lolly and Pops.
Okay,
I feel like a grandma, but I'm not one.
Lollipops.
I'm gonna take a quick minute to stop the recording.